Good evening and welcome members, the public and anyone watching online. Some housekeeping announcements first. We're not expecting the fire alarm to go off, and if it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peasehill side of the building and exit by the Peasehill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. And if that sounds complicated, just follow everybody who's running out. Public toilets are located opposite the Zeghead room and water is available from the water machine outside the committee rooms. My chaplain, Steve Campbell, isn't able to join us in person today, but he has sent us a video message before we commence the meeting's agenda proceedings. Do you want to do that now? Yeah, Sarah. So we'll just look at this short.
I'm sorry I can't be with you on this occasion, but through the wonders of technology, I'm able to record this message and share it with you today. Before I begin, I do want to say a big thank you to those of you that came to the Chevin service. I know those that came said they enjoyed it. And of course, do want to say to any of you listening today, you're most welcome to come to the C3 Church anytime, and we would love to host you. Whenever I've done these talks, I've said this before, I've always sought not to proselytize in this time. That's not the reason I am here. I've tried to share general leadership principles that maybe would help you in your context. And I want to do the same again today. I want to share with you something that's been very helpful, key to us here at the C3 Church, to keep our organization on track and make sure we're doing what we're meant to be doing. It's from a leadership guru called Simon Sinek. You may have heard of him. And he talks about this golden circle. Take a look at this image. You'll see it here. That is the golden circle. You have the what, you have the how, and you have right in the center there, the why. And Simon Sinek asserts that almost everyone knows in any organization the what they do. The what might be making computers, building cars, might be selling coffee, selling burgers, holding services, or it might be representing local communities or delivering services to meet local needs. It's usually output focused. But then he says very few know the how they do it. This has to do with the processes or particularly the values that an organization would hold to. The hills that you might die on, such as embracing diversity and committed to equality. In the City Council, that's a hill not to be given away. It's something that shouldn't be compromised. Very important to create culture. So while everyone knows about the what, some know the how, but his point is this: very few know about that center, the why the organization does what it does. Sinek says this: it's all about the why, and the best organizations lead from the inside out. That's why the why of a business can never be about making money. That's a result, but that doesn't raise anybody's heart rates or get people out of bed. We must go deeper to engage people as leaders with the why. And that has to do with purpose and mission and meaning and vision. A personal mission statement of mine from an organization, see if you can identify who it is this: to inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. Do you know who that is? It's Starbucks. One of their core values is this: delivering our very best in all we do, holding ourselves accountable for results. We are performance driven through the lens of humanity. Their Why isn't about selling coffee. We thought it was. It's much bigger than that. I'm reading to you from my iPad. No product placement here, I'm afraid, but this is by Apple. If this were a normal product, it might go like this. We make great computers, beautifully designed and user-friendly. Want to buy one? But they don't say that. This is what they say. They operate from the inside out. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. It's all about the why. Simon Sinek says this: if you hire people just because they can do a job, they'll work for your money. But if you hire people who believe what you believe, they'll work for you with blood, sweat, and tears. Martin Luther King never inspired anyone with, "We have a great strategic plan." In the summer of 1963, 250,000 people showed up to hear Dr. King speak. He wasn't the only great orator around. His ideas were shared by many. But what he did was he spoke about his dream, what he believed. And people joined in because they believed what he believed. 250,000 people showed up, traveling as far as 8 hours on a bus. And it wasn't just black people. 25% of the congregation, I was going to say, the audience, was white. They believed the same as he believed. They stood in the hot sun because they were inspired by, "I have a dream." Someone once said this: there are two kinds of laws in this world, those that are made by a higher power and those that are made by a man. And it's not until those are made by man are consistent with the laws that are made by the higher power that we'll live in a just world. He found something that caught people's imagination, the why of equality for all men, no matter what the color of your skin. I have a dream. What's your dream? See, I'm sorry, but a 12-point plan or even 5 promises, pledges, don't cut it if they're not inspiring anybody with the why. Leaders may hold positions of power, but those who lead must inspire us. Any organization needs to know their why and start with their why. So my question to you today is simply this: do you know your why? Both as a corporate entity, maybe as a city council, but maybe as an individual. Do you know your why? You'll inspire others and you'll lead from there. I'm going to show you a quick video here that's from the C3 Church, because we try to find creative ways of expressing our why, our vision, our mission, what's important to us. Take a look at this. This is the church we see.
Let's talk about the church we see, the things that make C3 C3. Who are we? What are we? Where do we go? What's the next thing we're building, doing, planning, envisioning? So the church we see is filled with people everywhere. The community is bursting with life, thriving in creativity, initiatives, departments, and ministries. The C3 family is strong, not just because we get along, but because we have people who see the world differently, who have a different life story, bringing new ways of thinking and responding to the world around us. We are part of groups and teams, giving outside of ourselves to the community. The church we see is a haven of hope for the widow, the orphan, the refugee, the uni student, the single mom, the soldier, the new person, the guy who's been coming for months but always sits on his own, the woman who always seems to be in a rush to get home. The church we see says this is your home, this place of kindness and generosity and grace. We do things to the best of our ability. We will be known for excellence, ideation, and ingenuity. We are also a church of mercy and humility, a multi-generational church where mentoring and teaching are priorities. The church we see is a church of unity. a church of all ages, races, economic statuses, and nationalities. We are a church that is expanding beyond counties and borders. We have missionaries, evangelists, new locations all over. We will teach others to lead and to worship, to create. We will influence business, education, and matters of state. The church we see is the body of Christ, made up of individuals gathered to worship Jesus, engage in the word, and then to be sent into the rest of the world.
Thank you for listening again to me today. I hope it inspires you to think about your why. As ever, I'd like to just pray for your meeting today in the name of Jesus. Let's pray. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, I pray for each of those that are gathered here today, that again, they would have wisdom in the decisions they would make, that they would have an understanding of the importance of what they do, and they would know their why indeed as they serve us and this great city. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Steve. And again, he always just challenges us about why we became councillors, what we do as councillors, and hopefully the why we know what we're doing tonight. It's our budget, and that's why we're here. And it's probably going to be a long evening. Just see anybody popping in yet? Just have a moment's pause to see if any members went outside not to listen. And again, I'd like to give my appreciation for those who joined at the Chevin service the other day, and also my appreciation for those who were at the Queensborough Feast. And I hope you enjoyed that occasion as well. Councillor Bennett?
Yeah, they're coming in. Yeah.
Right.
We've got just
Right, I'm aware that there are apologies from councillors Dave Bagent, Sarah Bagent, councillor Dryden, Paige Croft, and councillors Holloway, Moore and Scott. And they'll be joining online, and councillor Herbert, along with Copley and Djikovich, will be joining us late. Are there any known apologies? Karen? Yeah. Yes?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Nethsinger and Councillor Flaubert should be here quite shortly. They're running slightly late also, so apologies.
Okay. Any other apologies? No. Agenda item 1, approval of the minutes. Can I approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of October 2022, which can be found on pages 11 to 38 of your agenda? Yes, I've got one saying yes. Everybody happy? Approved. Thank you very much indeed. I've got a few announcements. Cambridge Chinese New Year celebrations. This year, I was invited to 3 celebrations in various parts of the community, and I was totally immersed in the festive atmosphere of Chinese New Year. And in being exposed to diverse Chinese culture, I was privileged to be invited to join these celebrations along with the Mayoress, and at each occasion I sent our best wishes from the council. Now the big one for most people now, the Merse Charity Quiz. I know there's been confusion because there's 2 Merse Charity Quizzes this year. One at C3, which is happening next week and was sold out a month in advance. And the big one, of course, is happening on Thursday, the 9th of March in the Guildhall to raise money for my 2 charities, Cambridge Aid and Romsey Mill Trust. And the great thing about that one is we've sold out on that one as well. So a big thank you for that, and it's going to make a huge difference to those 2 charities. So start your swatting now. Yes, I'm sure there'll be an amazing prize for the winners and an amazing prize for those who can't quite be the winners. Councillors' personal safety. There are 2 online events covering our personal safety next month, and reminder details will be in the Councillor Weekly Briefing tomorrow. And it's Monday the 6th of March at 5:30, provided by the Local Government Association, and LGIU on Wednesday the 15th of March from 10 till 12. The MERS reception. We're coming to that time now where I will be passing on the baton or passing on the chains. Barbara and I will be hosting the annual MERS reception on Friday the 28th of April. Penny MacDonald will be sending out invitations shortly, and we both hope you will be able to join us for this very special occasion. Reach Fair. This very historic occasion will be taking place on Monday the 1st of May. And again, Penny will be sending invitations to all of you around late March. And Barbara and I hope you can join us to enjoy the fair and all it has to offer. And then some sad news. Most of you were aware of the death of the Honorary Councillor Evelyn Knowles. And on behalf of councillors, I passed on our condolences to the family of Evelyn Knowles, who was a councillor for West Chesterton Ward from 1987 to 2003, and a mayor from 2000 to 2001. In addition, she was also an active councillor. Evelyn was a member of the Cambridge Community Health Council, a trustee of Cambridge Folk Museum, a chair of Cambridge Refugee Support Group, and a trustee of Cambridge Citizens Advice Bureau. What an amazing lady. And again, as we have time to reflect on Evelyn's passing, I think we've all seen the unbelievable tragic news in Turkey and Syria of the earthquake. I don't think any of us could imagine what it must be like to be maybe sat in the building 1 second thinking everything's safe, and the next second you just absolutely everything is destroyed in a second. And of course, Ukraine now is 1 year on as well. We hope by now maybe it would have finished and some resolve would have happened, but again, we're 1 year on, and I will be attending a vigil tomorrow night for that as well. So I'll ask people to stand now for a few moments while we just remember those events. Thank you. Halting and adjournment of the meeting. We've discussed it over many years about using technology better, and tonight we will be trying our electronic voting in a council meeting for the first time. So I will call a short adjournment after agenda item 3, public speaking, so that members can have a practice session, and all being well, we will use it for agenda items 4 and 5 this evening. And feedback to me or the officers after the meeting would be most welcomed. Adjourning the meeting has been previously agreed amongst group leaders that tonight's part of the meeting will focus on the council's budget, i.g. agenda items 4 and 5. And at the conclusion of the budget debates and decisions, I will propose under Council Procedure 28 that we adjourn the meeting and reconvene on Thursday, the 2nd of March at 6 p.m, commencing with agenda item 6. I now call on declarations of interest. I would like to ask members to declare now any interest in the items on the agendas 4 and 5 before us this evening. And members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during debates tonight. So does anybody want to declare interest now or wait till we get further on? Right, Councillor David.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a member of the KIP board, and that will be discussed, I suspect, during the course of the evening. Thank you.
Councillor Bird?
I'm a member of the KIP board as well.
Thank you. Any other interest at this moment in time? If not, we'll hear them as we go through the meeting. Speaking times. Finally, could I ask all members to be concise with their contributions they wish to make and to show respect to their fellow members in all debates? Thank you. And I'll just stress, I know after being a councillor for 12 years, sometimes we do find ourselves getting a bit hot under the collar when things are said. And rightly so, we have a passion about what we do. That came about, well, what Steve said earlier on, the why are we here as well. We're discussing budgets that affect people. But could I ask you that when we discuss and debate, you do it in a manner that is correct to do. We don't want to be in a slanging match, so thank you for that. And during the meeting, I will ring the bell when the person speaking has half a minute left, and then again when that time has elapsed. We'll now go on to agenda item 3. So we turn to public question time, which will run for 30 minutes, and the maximum across this evening and next Thursday. Under the scheme allowing members of the public to speak at council meetings, each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes, with a further 2 minutes for a supplementary question or a comment on something that has been said. If you have a supplementary, you will receive a written response. And hopefully I've been around the public speakers tonight to explain why we're taking that decision. So first of all, we've got Daniel Fulton to ask a question, but Daniel, the stress, it's not a question. He'd just like to read out a statement. So he's not expecting an answer from any of the executive. Thank you, Daniel.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Daniel Fulton, and I am speaking on behalf of Fuse Lane Consortium. It has been very good to hear that the council has acknowledged that there will be no further development in Greater Cambridge in the next local plan period, unless or until a suitable infrastructure has been put into place to provide for a sustainable water supply. However, it remains an open question as to whether there is sufficient water supply available for the development anticipated in the current local plan period. The Environment Agency has said that any further abstraction will cause environmental damage. Greater Cambridge Planning, however, says that this damage was taken into account when the local plans were adopted and is now deemed to be acceptable. Due to this unresolved question, last year over 600 individuals came together to challenge the decision by the District Council to grant planning permission for the development of 4,000 houses at North Stowe Phase 3A on issues related to groundwater. The outcome was uncertain, but there was value in the process itself, having our concerns heard and considered by a judge in open court. In the months before the final hearing, our organization, Fuse Lane Consortium, became aware of serious public procurement irregularities at the District Council. Misrepresentations were made to councilors about a contract for environmental consultancy services that were paid for but never delivered. Once we made this information public, my organization came under a period of very intense police scrutiny. I was harassed, bullied, and intimidated by police officers, and I continue to live in fear of Cambridgeshire Police, merely for raising concerns about these issues. It was out of fear of the police that I withdrew the claim for judicial review last year. I attempted to report the police officers for the harassment. I was not allowed to speak with a police officer. No one would take a crime report for me, and no one would speak with me at a police station. When the allegations were eventually accepted by Cambridgeshire Police, They were referred for investigation to the officer who was responsible for the campaign of harassment. Sorry,
Mr. Fulton, I'll
Yes.
give you a bit longer.
I'm
Obviously,
almost
you find it
finished.
difficult. So I know you have time your
Yes.
speech to be 2
I'm
minutes.
sorry, I'm
30.
almost finished.
No, that's okay. Don't worry. Take your time.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, the officer found that he had committed no wrongdoing. The chief constable and the police and crime commissioner have been aware of these irregularities and have taken absolutely no action. Apparently, environmental activists in Cambridgeshire have no right to engage in the political process without freedom from fear and without threats of physical harm from Cambridgeshire police. I wanted to raise these concerns here with you today because police interference in the political process undermines the legitimacy of our entire democratic system. Thank you at Cambridge City Council for doing a good job to protect the rights of everyone. But please, please keep an eye on the other public authorities in Cambridgeshire who do not share our values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. I know you found that extremely difficult, but thank you for bringing that to our attention. And again, he didn't expect an answer from any executive councillor. It's just to be noted, to be aware, as he said. Now we move on to John Preston, please. Again, John, you have 3 minutes and I'll ring the bell after 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question challenges failings in the council's vision, commitment and actions for our city. Think what makes Cambridge world-renowned as a place to live in and to visit for people from all around the world. Its historic environment of buildings, spaces, trees and landscape setting, which are our inheritance from centuries of history and culture. These qualities aren't even mentioned in the council's vision for Cambridge, nor is there any reference to maintaining them. They don't feature at all in the so-called Cambridge Rich Picture, in the current consultation putting residents and communities at the heart of the conversation. The Rich Picture is so oblivious to our heritage that it illustrates Cambridge as a cultural destination with the ephemeral cows about Cambridge, rather than the lasting worldwide draw of Cambridge's historic buildings and spaces. The consultation asks just 4 questions, thinking about where you live. It's almost as if this were designed to divert people from thinking about what's special about Cambridge as a whole and what's happening to it. While the Rich Picture shows many ambitions, it doesn't even mention the challenge of how to maintain the qualities which make Cambridge special. Above all, and shockingly for a council which has caring for the planet as part of its vision, the Rich Picture omits the most fundamental challenge, how to work within environmental limits. The council's vision, the Rich Picture, and a local plan in preparation should all be explicit on the challenges of reconciling current and projected growth with environmental capacity, not just carbon, biodiversity, and chalk streams, but the physical capacity of our city. These issues are central to donut economics, so I was expecting them to be highlighted in the city portrait, for which the council awarded a contract to the Cambridge Donut Action Group. What's happened to the city portrait? Culture and qualities of place are recognised both nationally and internationally as the key elements of sustainability. The government's own energy efficiency retrofit guidance, PAS 2035, includes in its objectives protection and enhancement of the architectural and cultural heritage as represented by the building stock. So when will Cambridge City Council recognise that sustainability is about more than just carbon and biodiversity, that environmental capacity is fundamental, and that what makes Cambridge special is a key element of sustainability? And will the council consult on the promised draft city portrait on the donut model? If not, why not?
Thank you. You did a lot of practice with that one. You had another 15 seconds to add on, but thank you for keeping it concise. The Executive Councillor to reply, Councillor Davey, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, John. It's good to see you, albeit in a much more formal setting than we have normally been meeting over the last 6 months. I'm grateful as well for you having moved the question around because I was slightly concerned that I would not be able to answer all 14 of your original questions. What I've tried to do in this response is to break it down into 3 separate chunks, and I'll try and address the 3 separate chunks in their own terms. One is in relation to our Cambridge, one is in relation to City Portrait, and one is in relation to how the council takes forward culture in its broadest sense. And I'll come back to your questions. Our Cambridge is as you know, the transformation programme for the City Council. And it's important that we therefore take forward accordingly the residents' views. As part of that, the Cambridge Rich Picture is a tool we're using, which is based on workshops that took place in the summer of last year with staff partners and other partner organisations. And it was put together ultimately by consultants that we brought in to help us with the resident consultation. It's therefore important to see it in that light. It's a tool, John. It's not going to say everything, and it will, oddly enough, contribute towards a new vision for the city, which may then include the very things that you're asking for. And I would therefore encourage you to be part of that process, because your view will be important. You make a specific point about the cows in Cambridge. That was done really as an example, a recent example. There's no particular reason why that was chosen. It was just a popular recent example that the public took to. I think the final thing to say on this bit, therefore, is that please be reassured that the Rich Picture is there as a tool to elicit a response, and it can and will be used and adapted, and I would grateful, therefore, for your feedback, and please continue to contribute. The second thing is in relation to the City Portrait. The Portrait contract came about because Paul from DIAG came here, I think it was 18 months ago now, and asked that we as a council take forward the Portrait, which we agreed to do. We were able to do that in conjunction with the CPCA, the Combined Authority, who were prepared to fund that work. We were therefore able to put together a proposal, and people bid for the Portrait, and it was Cambridge Econometrics that were awarded the contract. They've begun their work, and although CamDiag were not the successful bidder, they are involved as consultants in the City Portrait. And they have I'm struggling with the word econometrics, are engaging a range of stakeholders. I mean, particular insights will come through from data and the metrics and the analytical framework. But the last bit you point about, will there be consultation on it? Yes, because that's the whole point behind the Portrait. It's not just about the stakeholders coming together and saying, that's what we think. And it's more than a data set. It's going to influence, hopefully, the work of this council in the coming years. The final thing to say is about culture. It's interesting you raised that. It's a vital part. It's the work of the city, and my colleague, Councillor Collis, is the lead councillor for culture, and we're looking at what we do with culture. And only yesterday, I think it was, we had an event which brought together a network of cultural providers from across the city to, again, inform and influence the work that we do. So I think, to sum up, and to go back to your 3 questions at the end of your initial question, you ask, when will Cambridge City recognise, City Council represent, sustainability is more than just about carbon? We do. Its environmental capacity is fundamental. It is. And what makes Cambridge special is a key element of sustainability. I agree. So on all those points, the answers are yes, yes, and yes, basically. I think what you have done, though, is to raise some important questions, and I think we would want to continue that dialogue. I know officers are happy to meet with you. I'm certainly happy to meet you on an informal basis so we can move this forward together. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor David. Ms Preston, you have a supplementary, as you are aware. You have 2 minutes, and as I said before, you will receive a written response, so you've got a proper detailed reply to what your supplementary will be. So do you have a supplementary?
I do indeed, thank you. And just going back to the sermon at the beginning, my reason for getting involved is because we're only trustees for those who come after us. And that was stated by William Morris well before the Brundtland Declaration. And William Morris really set the whole pattern for the building conservation movement in this country. And that has been part of the fundamental principles all that time, and all the time that I've been involved with Cambridge and working with the City Council. And my concern here is really to get the recognition for the historic built environment when, for instance, the ARC and the new Oxford-Cambridge Partnerships environmental principles don't even mention the historic built environment. And then just simply homing right down into detail, my concern is where, in relation to things like the Net Zero pilot project, which I'm very pleased the council has been awarded for the Ross Street area, and its bid for the social housing decarbonisation fund. To what extent will those take on board the historic character of the buildings, and particularly traditional construction? Because the council's retrofitting your home guide doesn't mention the pathways set out by PAS 2035, which cover traditional construction, or the need to employ professionals with knowledge of traditional construction. So my particular concern here is that the council uses those projects to comply with PAS 2035 requirements, to get people who are appropriately qualified, and also because there is a drastic skills shortage, if you can use these projects to get training happening in traditional buildings, repair, refurbishment and retrofit. Because I've been involved in the struggles to get that up the training profile for the last 30 years, and that's a major industry problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. And like you say, you'll get a detailed written reply to that supplementary. And obviously, if it's not satisfactory to you, you'll be able to come back with another public question at a further council meeting. Thank you. Next, I've got, I always get the name, Janny, is it? Yeah, Janny Brightman, please. If you can come to the mic, thank you. And again, you know the rules. You have 3 minutes and your specialist subject, and I'll ring the bell when there's 30 seconds left.
And appropriate, my specialist subject is travellers and the lack of care with which they have been treated in this city. The particular question arose out of concern about the 4 out of 12 budget proposals that are to be result in significant service changes, because the four out of the 12 that are listed in the Act, they involve housing, anti-poverty action, refugees, asylum seekers, and the homeless. These are all the most vulnerable people in our society, and I'm very concerned that they should be singled out for a reduction in the funding for them. The reason this is the particular section that I'm addressing is S5103, which is the to reduce homelessness prevention grant, because the council itself says that there's a disproportionate impact which could be anticipated on those from ethnic minority groups. The council report pack quotes figures from the Minister of Housing, Communities and Local Government, showing that 37% of applicants for this fund were either BAME or Gypsy, Roma and Traveller. This being the case, we wanted to point out that the council committed last year to providing site provision, working alongside South Cambridgeshire District Council and other public bodies and charities. I therefore want to ask, why is there no funding for a transit site for the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community being set aside in this year's budget?
Thank you, Janet, for that. The Executive Councillor to reply. Councillor Healy.
Yeah, so I'll deal with the first part, and my colleague Councillor Bird will mention the homeless reduction scheme. So thank you very much for your question. I want to first clarify the distinction between transit sites, sites for negotiated or short-term stopping, and a permanent site, as your question specifically is referring to transit sites, and I'd argue that actually that's not where we should be focusing our efforts. So negotiated stopping is where on a piece of land, for example, an unused field or part of an underutilised park and ride, where the GRT members are allowed to stop. This is usually for a short time agreed period, so that's negotiated stopping. and there's usually no facilities or infrastructure. Then there's a transit site, which is usually a larger site with dedicated facilities and infrastructure such as utilities or hard stand-ins. There's significant costs to manage and maintain these. And the difference between a transit site and a permanent site is that facilities on transit sites are not normally as good, and permanent sites need to be reasonably close to schools and other community infrastructure. You've mentioned transit sites, but actually for us, in terms of our strategy, the permanent sites are our preference rather than the transits, alongside negotiated stopping. Transit sites, being long-term temporary sites, require similar levels of investment to permanent sites, but without all the benefits associated and the vital infrastructure with a permanent site. That being said, there's been good progress made since I took over as the exec, specifically coordinating this area last May in relation to negotiated stopping and a permanent site. And I'm sure you're well aware, Johnny, from the many times you've asked me questions at council meetings and committees, that it's one of my top priorities, which I've also conveyed to officers. And do feel free to contact me outside of these council meetings as well. But in terms of progress in relation to sites for short-term stopping, so in partnership with South Cambs and the County Council, we are leading on the establishment of 2 officer working groups, so a refreshed strategic group and a task and finish group, to identify appropriate negotiated stopping sites in South Cambs and Cambridge City. A new political member reference group, again involving all 3 of the authorities, is also currently being established, and I've had discussions on this with our senior officers in the past few weeks in relation to membership of that political group. The Head of Housing Services has also held meetings with colleagues at both partner authorities to agree the membership, the frequency and the scope for these groups. And all our relevant exec, including Councillor Bird and Councillor Thornborough, have also been involved and been briefed. These groups will also look at potential permanent sites, but this will be led by the GITANA, so the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Needs Assessment, once that's published. As previously reported by myself in previous meetings, there have been delays with the GITANA, and the current position is that we're working on the option of an assessment for Greater Cambridge only now, focused on GRT communities. In terms of the local plan, councillors considered major reports on the development strategy last month, which will shape how we move the plan forward towards the draft plan stage. And next steps will include further developing the approach to Gypsy and Traveller site policies and provision. So in relation to specifically how this relates to the budget setting in this context, it's a bit chicken and egg. So it would be difficult to set a budget until we have a rough idea of costs, which would be almost impossible to assess without having a site and having a fair idea of what we wanted on that site and what it would cost to develop it or even purchase. So you can argue for setting a budget for assessing site feasibility, but again, how would we cost that unless we had a site already identified? So our view is that it's better to focus for the moment on the site identification now, which, as I've already said, is moving at pace with the establishment of these working groups that are cross-authority. So once a site or sites are identified, we'll then be able to work on the logistics and the budget required, which will be really complex and time-consuming, but there will be enough opportunity at that stage to submit a budget bid at the appropriate time. And the council may also be able to bid for Homes England funding for sites, but that again will depend on grant conditions, and we need to provide a substantial amount of evidence in relation to such a bid, from an assessment of need from the GITANA results, and the application would also require the identified land, the site plans being drawn up, costings and a delivery plan. So clearly we need to do all of that first before costing it. So in relation to transit sites, as I've said already, discussions are already happening on these, and we're looking at identifying potential locations, and it may be that negotiated stopping sites can be managed within existing resources, but that will depend on numbers and locations. So I just want to reiterate again that work is progressing with the Cross-Authority Working Group, which is already looking at the possible sites in advance of the GITANA findings. There's absolutely nothing in the budget proposals tonight that will change or alter the planned work in this area and the work that's already ongoing. I've already said on several occasions and given numerous assurances that it is a priority of ours. to bring a site to the city or the local area and to ensure that we can secure that site. So thank you very much.
Do you have a supplementary? You have 2 minutes for the supplementary, and as I've said earlier, you'll get a detailed written response to the supplementary. Sorry, Councillor Bird, were you?
Yeah, just a couple of sentences I want to give out. It's just the homeless prevention grant has not been cut. There's 50K per annum was ring fenced for the contract delivery, winter provisions for rough sleepers. So I just wanted to let you know. Okay. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Bird, for cutting you off there. A supplementary, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not really wanting to get involved in semantics here, but the fact of the matter is, we have been talking about this since period of COVID, since 2020. And we still, it's wonderful that now there is movement, but I would very much like some kind of timeline from when we actually are going to see a site, and that is either permanent or transit or whatever, but actually to provide provision for this community, which is lacking and has been lacking for a considerable amount of time. Also, is it actually in the gift of the council to say, we'll do a permanent site? Because I know that the number of planning permissions that I've been involved in fighting in support of travellers trying to get a pitch get very often nowhere very fast and end up costing a lot of money to the people attempting to get them. So, I mean, I'm a little bit unclear as when you're saying we're going to find a place and blah, 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 blah. If, you know, it's not in your gift to actually say, now we are going to have this permanent site on X, Y, and Z postcode, you know, it's not as straightforward as that. So the other issue that we've discussed a number of times about the Gitanas is the question of the throwing out of the 2015 definition of travellers, which changes the whole nature of the numbers actually that the council has got to provide for. So again, let's concentrate our minds on this and let's get some actual movement, some real change to what is being offered. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I say, you'll get a detailed response. And I've noted one of your things is a timeline to come back with as well. So hopefully that will be put in the reply. So like I say, and again, I would stress that you're welcome to speak to the executive councillors at any time regards these things as well. And I know public question time is a good time because we're all in public, but I'd like to feel that people can speak to executive councillors about what is going on rather than wait till we have the council meetings as well. And then a council meeting, hopefully there's a chance then to say we've actually been doing what we've been asking. And if there are any issues, we can get back to you. But thank you for your time tonight. And finally, we've got Katie Preston. You'd like to take the chair?
My question regards the market. It was just over 2 years ago that more than 7,000 people were calling for the reopening of our market. They were calling for the reopening of our wonderful, busy, thriving, eclectic 7-day-per-week market. There was market also containing many of our local heroes, traders who had continued to bring their produce onto the market to supply us all during lockdown, traders who also set up their own delivery service on top of coming to trade on the market square so that people who were not able to get into the market could still be supplied with fresh fruit and vegetables and fish. At present, our market is no longer a thriving 7-day-per-week market. Now it's only Saturday and Sunday that the beating heart at the centre of Cambridge is healthy and strong. This is not the case on weekdays. Here, our central beating heart is very much in need of life support. Stalls are empty, giving a desolate air to the market. Our local hero traders are still bringing us their produce, even during the sad weekdays. We don't know how lucky we are. What is also clear is that our council is gradually and by attrition removing the life support from our once thriving 7-day-a-week market. What other explanation can we deduce from the budget decision, LL 5138, to remove the traders' rebate, a recommendation that you're being asked to endorse today? If you vote this through, you'll be penalising those loyal traders by charging them even more. Traders who need to be recognised and encouraged as assets. Assets that the council needs to be building on by encouraging new traders onto the market on weekdays. The council has found that it's losing money. This because the council has not and still does not actively or proactively support and promote the market. So the council charges the already loyal traders even more for the privilege of coming onto an almost empty market. So the traders will eventually vote with their feet and go elsewhere where they're appreciated and valued. And the market will become even more of a shadow of its former self, losing money and trade at an even more rapid rate. And QED, the council says that the market is failing. This is completely contrary to what those 7,000 people called for. There is much that our council can do and much that those 7,000 people need our council to do to promote our market. The beginnings are put money into cleaning and refurbishing the market, including the electrics. Promote the market via an inviting and informative website. Actually discuss with the traders what they need for our market to thrive again. This means actual discussing, not the so-called consultations where the traders were spoken at and told what was going to happen. Please reject this element of the budget. Instead, put some active TLC into our market. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Moore will be answering, and Councillor Moore is online if we have the technology to get through to Councillor Moore. Can you hear us, Councillor Moore?
I can hear you. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Now, can we get the volume turned up at all?
Should I try turning my volume up? That might help. Is that any better?
Can you get closer to the mic, Councillor Moore? Your microphone, if possible.
How's that?
No, it's still faint.
Can you hear me now, or shall I just be quite loud? Is that better?
Yeah, be loud. Shout at me like you normally do, Councillor Moore, and then we can hear you.
Pretty sure I've never shouted at you, but there's always a first for everything. So, thank you very much for your question, Katie, and for your ongoing support of the market and the traders. Firstly, I'd just like to say that the council is absolutely not saying and has not said that the market is failing. As well as our project to renovate the market and the market square, thereby ensuring the long-term future of the market, we've also been working on and investing in the market for the here and now. This includes the brand new canopies for every stall, the project to improve and upgrade the electrics, which you mentioned, that is ongoing, and plus the work to improve the health and safety both on the market in the day and for when the market is closed. The market has always struggled to fill all of the stalls throughout the week, with Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays the quietest days. In fact, one of my first decisions as an exec councillor for the market in 2017 was to try the new lower fee to attract more traders at the start of the week. And the reason that we have the requirement that weekend traders also have a stall in the week is to help increase occupancy on those quieter days. It's also one of the reasons that we propose having some demountable stalls in the future, so that if on those quiet days the unused pitches can be cleared away to give the stalls that are in use more prominence and to give the market a nicer, fuller feel. Unfortunately, it's true numbers have not picked up since the pandemic, and as would be expected, the pattern is the same, with the hardest hit days still being Monday to Wednesday. The team have been looking for new ways to increase occupancy. As you'll see from walking around the city centre, generally there's been a big move away from retail towards hot food and drink businesses. The market, we currently have a self-imposed limit for hot food stalls, so we'll be reviewing this, as we do have quite a few who have shown interest and would like a pitch and would help with this low occupancy. The markets team do promote the market on local radio, posters and on social media, but the idea of a website is something certainly that we will look into. Plus, they've been looking into how to encourage new young traders onto the market. You mentioned cleaning. The market is cleaned multiple times a day, 7 days a week, by our fantastic city centre streets and open spaces team. As part of the health and safety work I just mentioned, the markets team are tightening up on enforcing the market regulations so that traders clear the pitches at night. And this will mean that when the streets and open spaces team go into clean first thing in the morning, before the traders get there, it will be much easier to clean the market thoroughly. As you know, as part of our Market Square project, we're also planning to relay the flooring so that it is smooth and accessible. This will also make it easier to clean. Plus, we'll be installing new underground bins, and of course, we'll have a new water source and drains. As a council, we're also working on our new litter strategy, which will be reviewing all bin locations, size and style across the city, plus looking at how we can use new behavioural insights to encourage residents and visitors to not litter. And of course, we hope that these improvements will be seen not just in our parks and open spaces, but in our streets and in our market. Following the brief closure of the market for public health reasons just before the second full lockdown, relations between the markets team and traders were strained. However, relations have since been steadily improving, in part because of the practical action that the team's been taking, such as the new canopies, but also due to the regular meetings about the day-to-day management, as well as the future plans for the market renovation project. We also have a new member of the team who is based almost entirely down in the market, not up in the office, and this is going really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. Councillor Moore was talking about the number of hot food stalls. This has indeed helped the market on a Saturday and on a Sunday, but this also causes huge problems overall for a number of the traders because the fat from lots of hot food stalls spreads. What I was stressing in my first comment and question was the eclectic nature of our market, and that is what has been lost. And the more that we encourage the hot food stalls, the more that this is the eclectic nature of our market is just going to completely and utterly disappear. And I didn't actually say that that the council was saying that the market was failing now. I said that as a result of the council's attrition, then when the market traders vote with their feet, that's when the council will say that the market is failing. I think that the litter strategy is quite possibly related to the hot food. If there weren't so many hot food stalls, then that strategy would still be needed because people still do drop litter, but it wouldn't be such a high priority. And also, Councillor Moore said that the council were looking into a website. I think that they only need to look at Ely to see how a successful website can help support an existing thriving market. There is a lot that the council can do. I think that what they're currently doing is not actually helping to bring about the eclectic, thriving market that we used to have. It seems to be mostly focused on the Saturdays and Sundays. And my experience was that Wednesdays actually used to be very busy. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we said earlier, your supplementary will get a written reply, a detailed written reply, so you can then just check through it's been answered correctly.
Thank
So
you
I'd
very
just like
much.
to say thank you to all the public speakers for coming along tonight. I know sometimes it can put a strain on people as well when they have to come along and speak in front of councillors, especially when it's subjects very close to your heart. So I thank you for your patience tonight in coming along and bringing these to our attention. And like I say, you will receive the written replies. And again, as I said before, if you need to speak to executive councillors, then do speak to them, email them, ring them. Do keep the dialogue going. We don't want to be a council that just ends up with debates when we just have council meetings. So thank you again for your time. Very much appreciated. I now propose a short adjournment so councillors can conduct a practice vote on our electronic system. Yes, and just reminded, we will have 2 more public questions on the 2nd of March. Right, I'll now adjourn the meeting so we can test our information technology. Okay, everybody, if you take your seats, please. We just got the Chief Executive doing a check, so I'll just let the Chief Executive finish his round.
We are live.
Yep. Do you want to take us off live a second, or we just go around? Back to those listening and watching the broadcast. We now turn to item 4A, contained on pages 39 to 160, the recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Housing concerning the Housing Revenue Account budget setting report. Does Councillor Bird wish to introduce the agenda item? And you have up to 10 minutes. Councillor Bird?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, please.
Okay, carry on.
I'd like to present the Housing Revenue Account Budget 2023 to 2024 to the Council and recommend it for approval. I know this will be an enormous interest to every councillor, as our work here shapes the lives of 7,000 tenants, and developing council homes is a key policy. And I'm sure that the MPs Stuart Andrew, Marcus Jones, Lee Rawley, Lucy Fraser and Rachel McLean will be interested. These names may not be familiar to you, but they have all been housing ministers in our failing Conservative government since last February, when this budget was last presented. Who knows, maybe Rachel McLean will survive until the summer and the government will start to take these vital areas seriously. Let me begin by noting that there are some revisations to the HRA budget setting report that have been made since it was approved by the Housing Scrutiny Committee on January the 24th. These have resulted from a number of urgent decisions made by me as an Executive Councillor, including accepting extra grants from the government. This has altered our cash balance and the interest we earn on these balances. I'm advised by officers that these are all technical decisions. I'd like to start by looking at some of the recent positive developments. We have secured funding for our Great Fanshawe Road development from BEIS, Capital Investment Fund, and we're starting work at Sackville Close and Aragon Close after the Homes England grant was confirmed. And the day before the anniversary of the awful Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have confirmed funding from Levelling Up Housing and Communities Grant to fund homes for Ukraine and Afghan refugees who want to live in Cambridge until they can return home. We have approved a budget of £11.5 million for our earmarked funds, and we'll get grant funding of 5 million towards that expenditure to be used to develop new homes or buying existing ones. Once these homes are no longer needed for refugees, they will become part of the general housing stock. So in the long term, this is a significant additional investment in Cambridge. Affordable housing stock being made to support the short-term need to help those very, very vulnerable people. We are carrying on with our 10-year new homes programme and have 475 homes in progress, which is more planned. We're working hard to maintain and repair all our housing stock, and I'm committed to make sure that everyone's house is of a decent standard. A particular problem has been damp, mould and condensation. And in my written report, I said that the number of properties with issues was likely to increase, partly because of the high energy costs and partly because of the better investigation and reporting. And this now stands at 3% of the council properties. We now have a dedicated surveyor for specialist knowledge in the housing department, and I'm offering tenants advice on things like not covering air vents, etc. We also want to remind councillors that private tenants can also contact our environmental health team if their landlord doesn't listen to them. And as a social housing tenant myself, I appreciate the need for a good landlord who will respond quickly, carry out repairs properly first time, and we aim for this. Turning to the rent setting levels of our tenants is one of the most important elements of the budget process. We could have raised rents by 7%, but have decided that 5% increase struck the right balance to enable us to carry out vital programmes of works without making things too difficult for our tenants, which is the most important thing. Around 60% of our 7,000 tenants receive some form of help with their rent, and this may raise after the rent increase. The level of rent increase means we will be able to make significant progress improving the energy efficiency of homes that are currently below C for the energy performance, part of our serious commitment to retrofitting and improving properties. We now, with a dedicated retrofitting project manager now in place. By 2035, we will have around 1,700 homes improved by EPCC. As well as being important for our net zero plans, this will reduce energy bills for our tenants. We'll also be supporting private owners who live in former council properties if they want to re-roof at the same time as adjacent properties, as they will only have to cover the council's cost rather than the commercial rate for the work. This is a bold programme to grow our housing stock, and we are probably one of the biggest house builders in Cambridge, and we're doing it to a high environmental standard, including passive house. I'd like to thank officers and our tenants and our leaseholder representatives for their continued commitment and support. This is a careful, financial, sound Labour programme for our housing, and I'm sure you will all want to support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. We have now, is there any debate? I would take that as granted right. Just to remind people of the rules for debate, we abide by the Queensberry rules, keep a fair fight, yeah? Keep your guard in all the time. We have up to 10 minutes spokes for Councillor Howard, Councillor Pora, and otherwise it's 3 minutes per councillor, and Councillor Bird will have the right to reply of 5 minutes after the debate. So, yes, Councillor Bennett.
Could I just make a point of order? I know we're all aware that Councillor Bird is a council tenant, but she does need to make a formal declaration of interest. bearing in mind the budget item includes rate of review of council rates. Could I ask you to do that?
Councillor Bird?
I do have to because it's in the papers that Cambridge Housing Society get funding.
Right, so it has been,
Through
registered then
grants.
in public, so it's all documented that Councillor Bird is a tenant. Okay? Yes?
As an anal company secretary myself, it does need to be recorded in the declaration of interests. Thank you. In a minute.
We'll take it as read. It's in the declarations of interest. If the Democratic Service Committee, that's been noted. Councillor Pora, yes. So 10 minutes, yes? Or up to 10 minutes.
I won't be that long, in the interest of brevity. So, as members will note, this is an unusual HRA to come back to full council because we are looking at both Part 1, which is normally discussed and agreed on solely at housing scrutiny, and Part 2 before us. But however, due to the welcome additions that Councillor Bird has mentioned, with the new funding streams we've seen since January, it's certainly positive and overall tonight something that our group will support. However, I didn't want to make it clear that we are supporting only the full recommendations tonight because we are only really being asked to vote on the changes since housing scrutiny, as Julia Hovels has described in 1.6 in our agenda. The additional houses for Ukrainian and Afghan refugees, the extra money from Business Department for Fanshawe Road, the Homes England grant, allowing 2 more of our schemes to progress with the maximum level of council homes. I mean, obviously, it's kind of a no-brainer. We would support that. But I want to make clear and to reiterate that we abstained on the previous Part 1 recommendations at housing, as we felt that the budget put forward by the ruling group wasn't adequate, was woefully inadequate, in fact, in 2 particular areas, both of which would have been rejected by mine and Councillor Lee's budget amendment, but which were rejected outright despite the debate. These areas were firstly the failure to allocate additional resources to managing and preventing damp, mould and condensation. The ruling group seemed to prefer keeping their garage rentals for car owners to 3%, 8% below inflation thereabouts, and mostly rented by private individuals, not council tenants, or keeping an IT development post permanent rather than fixed term rather than paying for help for tenants to improve their living conditions. Since committee last month, and as I suggested would probably be the case, we all know the government has intervened to increase and impose new standards on damp-related response times, quite rightly. And if we are to use more resource from our HRA to comply with this, officer time taken up will mean reduced services for other services we provide for our tenants, and there's nothing extra in the budget for that. Secondly, we were really disappointed about the refusal to consider any kind of flexible hours for new posts for our officers, funded by the HRA, or to offer overtime to existing staff to allow our tenants to book repairs outside. Our restrictive options at the moment are only 8 till 3:30 on weekdays. That's it. I'm still quite horrified that the Exec Council said in the debate that council tenants should just take time off work, take responsibility if they need a repair. And mentioned, you know, as many of us do, you move your diary around to fit in an appointment for a repair. But so many of our tenants are key workers. They can't work at home, or they might be on 0 hours contracts. So a day waiting at home for a council repair between 8 and 3:30 is a day of lost income. And for many of these people, well, for many of us in cost of living crisis, that could be the difference for some people between affording heating and food. So we would urge the ruling group to reconsider that and to think about more flexible appointment times, please. So both of these failures by the ruling group will lead to a continued divide between the new build and the existing stock for existing tenants, a 2-tier system of delayed or missed repairs for older stock, and higher energy bills where insulation isn't fixed or the causes of damp aren't addressed. They also rejected our bid for a proper survey of council stock to assist in bids for insulation from government.
Councillor Pora, can you just hang on a second? I think Councillor Bird's trying to raise some kind of point on this.
Yeah, point of order, Mayor. Councillor Porro is going over what we discussed at the Housing Scrutiny Committee, going over the whole paper with their amendment then, which was voted down.
Yeah, it's one of these, Councillor Bird, where there is overlap. So I'm going to allow Councillor Pora to carry on because there is some overlap with what she's saying in the budget and what on the scrutiny one as well. So I will make a decision to say Councillor Pora can carry on, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. And as I mentioned before, it's because we're actually... Oh, sorry. Chair, as I mentioned before, Mr Mayor, it's because we're voting differently now, because what we're asked to vote on part one is slightly different now. But I didn't want it to be reported in the minutes that we were voting for something we previously abstained on without explaining why. And as you say, it's because we've included part one. Normally,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I
do
agree.
that.
We have the committees, and the committees then come to the council for approval. So what was agreed at committee is not always when it comes to full council. The same. So,
It's a bit of a weird one this year, I know. So just to finish up, I've only got a minute left to go. So we want to make sure that our tenants can live in warm, damp-free homes with lower utility bills. We abstained on this originally as we felt there wasn't a plan for the future. There wasn't a plan to catch up on the decent homes work. And we believe that many tenants aren't allowing visits because it's not outside working hours. And we've also seen the underspends from the underspend in the repairs budget going across to new build for the last few years. So to finish on a positive note, though, we will support this tonight because of the changes to part one, because of the welcome funding we're bringing in for our refugee community. And I congratulate officers, obviously, in getting those bids for us because it will make a difference to a lot of our tenants' lives. But I would like to note for the minutes, if that's okay, that the reasons for our abstention previously, please, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
yeah, I think the Democratic Services will note that, yeah. And thank you for keeping well within your time after time allocated. Councillor Howard as spokes for, do you want to, again, you have up to 10 minutes. Up to 10 minutes, you don't have to use 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will not use the 10 minutes. I just want to reiterate some minor points that were made as from housing scrutiny, but obviously in the context of it being brought to full council, I certainly welcome the additional funds that have been secured, especially for support of refugees in the city. I see that as a very positive step that the city will be able to support more refugees who are looking for support in terms of their housing. So that's really great to see that grant has been able to be brought to the local environment. I still have an issue with the major budget as it's put forward because I don't think there is sufficient monies being directed into improving or even repairing and keeping the same current housing stock. I welcome Councillor Bird's increase from 1% to 3% as the estimated incident rate of condensation, damp and mould issues. I still would say from our experience in Abbey, I've seen between myself and Councillor Bennett more than 30 issues just in Abbey, and that's obviously reported, people that we have gone to, whereas if it was only 3%, the total number unreported even would be 20 or 25. So clearly I think the rate is still even higher than the 3%, but I do welcome the recognition that it is higher than previously stated. And on many of those visits, I would identify that although often there have been attempts by repairs teams to improve the situation in particular houses, often the solutions are surface in nature, and it doesn't necessarily in many cases get to the root cause of the problem of those damp and mould. So I think the suggestion from the Executive Council to for example, the advice for not covering up air vents, I think that's very obvious advice, and hopefully very few people are ignoring that, but it's very rarely the root cause of the problem of condensation damp mould, and that what actually is needed is much more significant investment in certainly older 30, 40-year-old housing stock so that those issues don't emerge or re-emerge for multiple tenants again and again and again, which often mean that tenants are often looking to go on to HomeLink, for example, because they're fed up of the current CDM situation in their home, rather than being content with the house that or flat that they have. So I just want to express again the opinion that we need more money to be directed towards repairs and maintenance rather than being focused on new builds in the city. And I will be abstaining on the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Any other councillors want to speak? Councillor Pounds?
I would like to say to Councillor Porrer and Councillor Howard that at the Housing Scrutiny Committee, the officer gave a very clear presentation and stated that they felt they were making excellent progress in dealing with damp and mould, that they had directed resources towards it. And I specifically asked whether they felt they needed more resources, and the officer said no.
you. Councillor Robertson, Councillor Healy.
I think there's one thing we should all recognise and be approved tonight, is that this tawdry government of ours is not investing for the long term in infrastructure in this country. A lot of houses in Cambridge have got damp, not just private, not just council houses, all sorts of houses, because they haven't got proper insulation, haven't been constructed properly, or they historically got solid walls, all sorts of things. I don't think what have we got from the government? They don't apply a good windfall tax and raise the amount of money that they could have done and invested that money in the future in cutting the energy use of the country through insulation and improvements in the infrastructure of houses. So I hope we will all agree that that is really what is behind this problem, is lack of investment, and the government is just appallingly behaving. They do allow dribs and drabs of money. You can apply for this and apply for that. They get a big headline over that small issue. They need a long-term programme, a proper programme, and get the companies who can do the work, get them tooled up, ready to do the work. If they had a proper programme of funding available to them, they could get a hell of a lot more done.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Healy.
I was actually going to say pretty much exactly the same thing, but Councillor Robertson said it more articulately than myself. I also just wanted to say that I'm really proud of our city and our budget, that we're bringing in refugees and we're having really high quality and fantastic accommodation for them. You know, for many refugees that come to this country, they end up in horrendous, hotel living conditions where there's safeguarding issues, there's all sorts of problems, and I'm just so proud that we're committing in our budget to support refugees with high quality accommodation, and it's fantastic. So it's a great city that welcomes refugees. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Any further? Councillor Bennett?
Just a quick point for Councillor Pounds. Casework on condensation, damp and mould is still coming in Abbey Ward at least, at quite a high rate. We haven't bottomed it out. Because the casework rate is so high, we don't have time to go round the condensation, damp and mould hotspots or cold spots and find the people who still have not reported it. So you cannot say at the moment that we have enough resources, because at the moment we do not know what the size of the problem is. The fact that just from housing scrutiny, we went from a 1% estimate to a 3% estimate should be a very clear signal that we cannot bottom it out yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any further debate before I go to Councillor Bird for the right to reply? Okay, Councillor Bird, you have the right to reply and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, as for the damp, condensation and mould, we knew this would happen because people weren't going to have their heating on and this would cause problems with the older houses. We have advertised about what to do if you've got a problem, what not to do, in Cambridge Matters and Open Door. So every household has got this magazine going in. Yes, when I wrote my paper in December, it was only 1%, and from then to January, it's gone up to 3%. We do not know how many cases there are with this problem, because a lot of people don't tell us until it gets to a really dangerous position. And we would urge tenants to let us know earlier, so we can get onto it straight away before it gets that bad, because if it gets too bad, it is harder and harder to clear. So we do understand that. So I would like to see some of your casework. I don't mind coming round the houses if needs be to check as well with a surveyor, because I think it's, we've got this dedicated surveyor now who's doing a fantastic job. I think that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. There are decisions from the Executive Council There are decisions for the Executive Councillor 2A and 2D on pages 41 and 42. Does Councillor Bird agree to these?
I do, Mayor.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote on items 2E and 2T, which are found on pages 42 and 44. Now, can we make sure everybody sat in their allocated place? Councillor Beju, because we just finished.
I want to declare an interest. I'm a council tenant.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right, everybody sat in their allocated place? Right. Now, can we go to the vote? Those in favour?
We're going to do the electric vote.
Oh, electric vote.
Yeah,
No,
we're gonna-
well, yeah.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you do that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So remember, for those people who weren't here for the trial, green is for the recommendation, red is against the recommendation, and amber is abstain. And for those on the stream, the councillors who are online are not taking part in the vote because you can only vote in person. So, Mr. Mayor, can we open the vote?
Yes, we can.
The vote is open.
You can check if you've voted, just look at the screen to make sure you voted what you were going to do. Yep. If you've got an issue, then let us know.
Yep. So we've got 34, and we make 34 people in the room. Okay, is the Mayor happy to close the vote? Looking at the body language around the room.
I'm looking around the body language. Does anybody just want to raise a point now before I give the results of the vote? Right. Okay. The result of the vote is 34.
30, if you read it out.
Yeah. The results are 34 and 4 against.
30 in
Four-
favour. 30 in favour.
30 in favour.
None against.
None against.
4 abstaining.
4 abstains. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 4B. And just before we move on to that, I'm hoping we can get through items 4B and 4C, and then we'll take our break because obviously agenda item 5 is the one that's going to really take the time. So is everybody happy that we go with 4B and 4C before we take a break? Yes, thank you. Agenda item 4B found on page 161. The recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation on the capital strategy. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item? And you have 5 minutes.
I do, but very briefly, Mr. Mayor, you'll be delighted to know. Because this has been through strategy and resources already, it doesn't make so much sense for me to go through it in any detail. There's 3 things that I'd wish to highlight, 3 things that demonstrate how this council operates effectively within the capital strategy. Park Street development, it's worth noting that we're on track and within budget, and it's going very well. And I just think because that's such a large investment, it's important that you know that. Second thing to note, of course, is a lot of our capital goes towards the KIP programme, which has already been mentioned several times already. It's doing fantastic work in building houses for our communities. And the final thing is there, you'll note within the papers a reference to the accommodation strategy, and in particular the decision to renovate this wonderful building. Again, worth just highlighting that that decision has been made, and we're now looking at how we finance that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Because we've got the spokes, Councillors Bick and Councillor Bennett, who have up to 5 minutes. You don't want to speak? You don't have to speak, Councillor Bennett, but...
I would just like to share and congratulate Officer Fiona Bryant on the Park Street project, which has been really well run. And to say that unusually, I'm actually really quite happy with this budget, which is not something you hear from me very often.
Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
Equally briefly, we were fortuitous because the loan was taken out at a good time, but the officers at all stages of Park Street have managed it in a very special way. So they've got a great deal for the council. And when we do read that unfortunate councils gamble with their money to the extent that of numbers that we can hardly make up, we just have to be happy that, first of all, we are doing quite well and we should take care, but just to congratulate the officer team on what they've done on this.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to say anything? No, thank you very much. Councillor Davey, you have the right of reply.
Very briefly, I'm looking to Councillor Simon Smith. What was the actual figure we saved? Do you remember? So it's my part of my. I think you probably have to let me know so I can do the reply.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
Do you know what it is, Simon?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
A loan of, I think it was 85 million over 13 years.
It's about 4 million.
And also remember that there's a fixed price construction contract, which is particularly beneficial when construction prices.
Do you want to sum that up, Councillor Davies, so we can...
Lewis has said in terms of the time, the actual amount of money that the officers work through their judicious use of contracts brought back into the council was quite significant. And I think that's the only point I'd like to make. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your allowing me to ask Councillor Smith some detail.
Thank you, Councillor David. Right, I will now go to the vote, which can be found on page 162, and it's to agree the capital strategy as set out in the report and note the summary capital programme. So can we now proceed to the vote?
We think we're missing one. We've got 33 at the moment. (34) in favour, no votes against, no abstentions.
Thank you. The recommendations are agreed. Now move on to agenda item 4C, which is page 199. The recommendation, have I read this one? No, it's Councillor Davey again, isn't it? Yeah. We now turn to agenda item 4C on pages 199, the recommendation of the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation for the annual Treasury Management Strategy Statement. Does Councillor Davey wish to introduce this item? And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only simply to say again, because this was approved at Strategy and Resources only recently, there's nothing more I want to say by way of introduction. Thank you.
Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett?
I'll be very brief. Could I just remind Councillor Davey to confirm that all our loans to Thurrock have been repaid in full and on schedule, bearing in mind the public anxiety over this? Thank you.
Anybody else on the debate? If not, Councillor Davey, you have the right of reply.
The answer to Councillor Bennett's question is yes, they have been repaid.
And do you want to have any other reply? No?
No, I will double check, Councillor Bennett, to make sure that it's all, but my understanding is certainly that we've had all the money back. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll now go to the vote on the recommendation on page 200. Accordingly, the Council is recommended to approve this report, including the estimated prudential and treasury indicators for 2023, 2024 to 2026-27, inclusive as set out in Appendix C. Can we now put the vote on? Can we give the vote, please?
So that's 34 in favour of the recommendation, no votes against and no abstentions.
Thank you. Those recommendations are agreed. As I said, we'll now have an adjournment till we get on to item 5. And I think because of the problems with the coffee machine, we'll extend it if that's all right with everybody to make sure we all get the refreshments. So if we say we're back in here for 8:30 to crack on? No? Oh, right. Well, normally we have a shorter time and then people drift in later. So if we agree on the time, can we all agree the time we're coming back in? 8:15. So we're coming back in at 8:15. And I want We can see not everybody's back yet, so probably it would have been better to have 8:30. I might name the latecomers. We said you all promised to be back at 8:15. It's now 8:18. Equality, yeah. It's okay. We now move on to agenda item 5, the budget recommendations, on pages 227 to pages 358. The executive and the 2 minority groups will have up to 45 minutes each to present budget proposals. This will be in the order of the executive, then the Liberal Democrat group, and then the Green and Independent group. We then have the Liberal Democrat amendment for debate and then voted upon. After that, the Green and Independent group amendment will be debated and voted upon. And finally, the executive budget will be debated and voted upon. In the 3 debates, executive councillors and spokes have up to 5 minutes each time, other councillors up to 3 minutes. The Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation has a right of reply of up to 5 minutes after each debate. I will now ask the Executive to present its budget recommendations, and you have up to 45 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be starting that one.
Thank you.
Well, it's my honour to open the Labour Council's presentation of its budget this evening. And before I start, I actually just really wanted to show you this book, which I was given this afternoon to have a look at. It is the Borough of Cambridge, abstract year ending March 31st, 1924. This is the budget from 100 years ago. And it's easy, it's really easy, and I suggest you have a look at some point. It's wonderful to smile at some of the very quaint listings in here. There's £20 a year to pay for a town crier. There's money for the provision of needlework materials to elementary schools. But actually, what struck me is how much of this is familiar to us. You can go through here and there's spending on anti-poverty work, there's spending on public health, there's spending on housing. And it was a really poignant reminder to me this afternoon as I was writing this speech of how the issues we are grappling with are often not new. And in some way that's encouraging because people have trod these paths before, but in other ways I have to say it is deeply depressing because this is 100 years ago and sometimes it feels like nothing has changed. But I'm going to keep that with me as a reminder that we are doing this alongside other people who have trod these paths before us. The budget that focuses on delivering on our key priorities of tackling poverty and inequality, addressing the climate and biodiversity emergencies, addressing the housing crisis and supporting the homeless, and protecting our core services and investing in the future of our city. In short, we continue to pursue our ambitious vision of seeking to create one Cambridge fair for all. Now, we've already heard a little from Councillor Bird about the amazing work that's being done to provide new council homes in this city and to look after our existing council tenants. And as we present this budget, you will hear in more detail from members of the executive about their portfolio areas. You'll hear about our commitment to maintaining our generous community and homelessness prevention grants, about our support for food hubs, warm spaces, and cost of living pop-ups. You'll hear about our investment in greener, more efficient waste vehicles and our support for electric vehicle charging points. You'll hear about our work to go herbicide-free, about our commitment to open spaces, our support for sustainable food, our work for a greener, fairer planning system. You'll hear about our transformation programme, our maintenance of core services like waste collection and street cleaning, and our commitment to using our buildings, such as this historic Guildhall, in the best ways possible to serve our communities. And I have to feel like a stuck record in these speeches, because the reality is that the situation we faced hasn't changed very much over the last few years, because we, like all councils, set our budgets in the context of years of Tory and coalition austerity, years of attack on our core grants, short-term, ring-fenced funding pots that take away really any ability to plan properly in advance in so many ways. As Councillor mentioned earlier, a shambolic government resulting in endless personnel changes and the endless policy changes that will go with that. And all of that in the aftermath of a crippling pandemic, an equally crippling Brexit, and in the middle of a cost of living crisis and a climate emergency. At a time when local government has never been more needed, our ability to help has never been more constrained. And we, council after council across the country, unable to set a balanced budget as the strain just gets too much. Now, like all local leaders, I'm doing my best to lobby government on this, and just yesterday I addressed ministers and local MPs in Westminster on behalf of local leaders across the east of England, calling for fairer funding that gives us all the money and power to serve the communities we represent. Claims that we at this council need to make around £11 million of savings in the next 5 years. And that means we have had to make some very difficult decisions this year. My colleagues will talk to those things in more detail, but I think it's fair to say that no one wants to be in a position to think about whether we can fund the big weekend or whether we can keep all toilets open or open as much as has happened in the past. Now, some members may have seen the recent coverage of a local Tory district council which has decided to make a political decision to ignore officer advice about impending funding gaps and cut council tax. And this short-termist approach is the opposite of what we are trying to do here in the city. We will not take short by making easy decisions based on short-term political gains, because that would make things harder for the people who live and work in our city in the years to come. Quote my favourite ever Chancellor of the Exchequer, this is a prudent budget. It is not about flashy new initiatives to win votes. It's about doing the right things for our city. It's about a transformation programme which will help us weather these and future storms. It's about protecting our core services, supporting the most vulnerable, and doing all we can to address the climate emergency. Now, I couldn't close this introduction without paying tribute to 3 groups of people. Firstly, to all our councillors. The work that everyone does through the year in often very difficult circumstances to serve our residents is so important. I know that many people all around this room juggle very significant commitments to do this, and many have made financial sacrifices, sometimes over many years. Councillor hours are long and antisocial, and all this is done on a basic allowance of a few £1,000s a year. It really is a major act of service. Thank you especially to our executive councillors who have had to make some very difficult decisions this year, who have huge commitment to serving our city, and thanks especially to our finance executive, Mike Davey, for the work that he has done on this budget. Secondly, thank you to all that we work with, our partners and our volunteers. Too many to name, but as I've always said, we cannot serve this city alone. We are a cooperative city, and so many individuals, community groups, charities, mutual aid, schools, faith groups and businesses continue to play a vital role. Thank you so much to any of you who are watching us this evening. And thank you in particular to our officers. Of course, to Caroline and her team, who have done so much to help this council set a balanced budget year on year. All of our officers. It's easy to take a well-run council with dedicated, compassionate officers for granted, but we shouldn't, because they put our vision into action. They work every day to support our residents, whether that's emptying bins all through lockdown and through extreme weather conditions, supporting our local food hubs, supporting our city's homeless, or helping to deliver hundreds of new council homes. They are the backbone of our council, and I know I speak for all of us in this chamber when I thank all of them. Now, very briefly, before I pass on to the rest of the executive, I wanted to say just a few words about the budget lines that come under the leader's portfolio area. Now, one of the things I've noticed since being leader is that my budget lines, and indeed my committee papers, often include necessary spends which are unlikely ever to make headlines, such as changes in external levies, software upgrades, and the like. Other things, I'm sure, may be more worthy of discussion, such as the senior management review, which is currently taking place, or the implementation of the council's decision last year to make a small rise in members' allowances. The former, which we will discuss in more detail next week, is about creating a less top-heavy management structure. The latter reflects decisions already made in previous council meetings to allow for a small rise to allowances based on increases to the national living wage, bringing the basic backbench allowance to just over £6,000 a year. It's a very small step, but I don't believe that anyone should have to think twice about being a councillor because they can't afford to do it. Otherwise, being a councillor becomes the preserve of a privileged few, and we desperately need our chamber to look more like the city we represent. So with that, I'm going to pass on to my colleagues to present their items from their portfolios. Thank you.
Yes, can we have the next? Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you.
9 minutes have gone already out of the 45, just to let people know.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. I just want to highlight the two budgets in my portfolio, in the budget that's going forward this year. I think they're both really good examples of partnership working in the city and how it helps us achieve the work that we do, working in collaboration with many other organisations and services in the city. So the first one, the Region of Learning, it's a really fantastic project I've spoken about multiple times here in the council. This is a project that's been in the pipeline for a long, long time, and which was finally launched at the end of last year. And the aim of the project is to skill, reskill and upskill young people, combating the skills inequalities in the city that are really clear across both Cambridge and Peterborough and wider across the Cambridgeshire region. This engages over 1,000 people who are not in education, employment or training, and encourages them to get back into education, employment and training as well. This really clearly tackles our, one of our key priorities of tackling poverty and inequality, and it's a really, really fantastic project that is now also being used as examples in other cities as well. This funding is just for a couple of years. The whole project itself has actually been about 96% externally funded, again showing this amazing collaboration of the council. So we've had funding from the Arts Council, the GCP, the European Social Fund, and now the Levelling Up Fund going forwards. The second budget bid is for community safety. We've seen an increase in reports of antisocial behaviour across the city, and in order to comply with service standards, we need to increase our support from the council. There's also been, we're looking at new ways to tackle antisocial behaviour in the city, so we've recruited a new problem-solving coordinator with funding from the Police and Crime Commissioner, and there's lots of other work that we're doing, so we're looking at contextual safeguarding, working across services in the city to support young people who might be involved in antisocial behaviour. So this work and this money will mean that we can put more resources into this project, as well as allowing officers to both do project work as well as casework in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. You want to have the next Executive Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think we've said a lot tonight about the funding we've got, but I just want to talk about the homeless grants we give out, which is very important for all our homeless people. Every year we do it. We will be changing it, hopefully, to every 3 years, so which will make it easier for the organisations so they'll know what money they've got coming in. Also, again, with all the house building we're doing, it's great news for our tenants, new tenants, which is very important too. So really, I'm just pleased that we've got this money, and thank you, Councillor Davey, for all his hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. The next Executive Councillor?
Is Councillor Moore next, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Moore, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
A bit louder if possible, please.
How's this? Is this better? Can you hear
Slightly,
me?
if you could just do a bit more, it would be even better.
Okay, I will do my best to keep loud. Okay, our budget this year highlights the priority that we as a Labour-run council place on maintaining high-quality vital services to our residents, whilst working towards our target of becoming a net zero carbon council and of improving our air quality and the health and well-being of all residents. Our swimming pools and leisure centres are our biggest use of energy as a council, which is why we have had a number of projects to install new energy-saving measures over the past few years. And these will be ongoing, as I'm sure will be evidenced later by Councillor Collis's talk about her budget bid areas. Our second largest emitter, with over a quarter of our emissions, is our fleet, including our bin lorries. Our electric vehicle strategy has a target of us moving to an electric fleet, where the vehicles are available, by 2028. And so to help us achieve this target, we will be investing £45,000 in a whole fleet management appraisal. Some vehicles that we use for our operations are not currently available as electric vehicles, and until the Waterbeach Renewable Energy Network is installed and working, we do not have the electrical supply to run any more of our bin lorries other than the 2 that have been working well for over 6 months now, and our third, which is on order with delivery due. Therefore, following a successful trial of using hydro-treated vegetable oil in our bin lorries, we have a bid to use it in 20 of our standard combustion engine vehicles. The HVO is more expensive than diesel, but it cuts carbon emissions by 90%, so will make a good contribution to saving some of our ever-decreasing carbon budget for those harder to achieve projects. This budget also unfortunately highlights the impact that the cost of living crisis is having on the council, with a bid for fuel cost increases plus an extra £400,000 needed for that Waterbeach solar project, REN. This is needed due to inflation and other rises in project costs. Running a council well requires vision, pragmatism, empathy and a high level of financial responsibility, whilst, as has been mentioned by the leader, dealing with the hand that is dealt by the government of the day, as well as local, national and global issues such as the climate and biodiversity crises. And so in this budget we also have some savings, which were difficult decisions to make, but go towards our long-term savings requirement and will help to reduce the number of even harder decisions that we'll have to make in the future. By making these savings now, it helps to ensure that we can continue to support our residents, maintain high-quality services, whilst tackling inequality and the climate and biodiversity crises into the future. I hope that you will support these budget bids. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Can I have the next Executive Councillor? Councillor Collis, is it? Councillor Healy, apologies.
So my executive portfolio areas cover equalities and anti-poverty. So one of the key items in relation to our budget for me is around our community grants programme. So overall, there are no real significant changes this year in my portfolio. And whilst there are difficult decisions in relation to some other aspects of our proposed budget, you'll see that we are again proposing to maintain existing levels of funding under our generous community grants programme, which is a huge priority for us as a Labour-led council for so many years. And it creates such an impact across so many areas of vulnerabilities and where people need support, and has a huge impact across our city. And on this point, I'd actually just like to address the erroneous and misleading remarks in the Greens and Independents budget, stating that we supported their suggestion to protect the community grants budget from further cuts. First of all, it's not correct to suggest further...
Well, 1 second, Councillor Healy.
Should this not
Councillor-
be reserved to the debate on the amendment by us?
No, it's not a debate. She's just pointing out questions that have been raised already. So she's not discussing the debate. She's just answering her portfolio. Councillor Bennett.
We haven't actually presented our budget yet.
No, she's not. Councillor really isn't talking about. She's just talking about general observations. So we can go on all night, keep interrupting each other. And I hope when it's the other way around, that again, the Labour Party don't interrupt the other parties around, because otherwise we'll be here all night, keep raising objections. So let's try and get away from that. Let's have the debate. Let's let people finish what they're saying, and there'll be time in your motions and debates to fully debate them all. Okay, thank you. Carry on, Councillor Wheeler.
So yes, as I said, you know, this is very erroneous and misleading, where they've said that we have stopped it from further cuts. There's never been any cuts to our community grants programmes. And secondly, it is most certainly not related to any suggestions by the Greens in making this decision. When it comes to supporting our most vulnerable communities through our community and voluntary sector support in this programme, this is a flagship Labour programme of ours, one of the most generous in the entire country for a council of our size, and there was never any suggestion that it would be cut. Now, I'm all for the opposition taking credit when they've done something, but I find it quite unsavoury that they're being untruthful in saying that we'd previously cut the community grants programmes when we hadn't done no such thing for political point-scoring purposes. This is actually about the impact that these grants make on our most vulnerable communities. And it's really sad that they're trying to mislead our residents in this way. So I just wanted to make that point. We're actually increasing our grants this year from last year's £1 million that we've been given for the past couple of years. So we decided this year to increase it and put in place an additional inflationary uplift. And I think it's particularly important that we've sent this signal out to the community and voluntary sector, who we know who are struggling so hard with factors related to the cost of living crisis themselves. So finally, in terms of bids, we have a 30k provision also in the budget for our anti-poverty work in light of the cost of living crisis. So obviously our main community grants programmes are all up front, but what this does, this extra 30k, is it gives us that bit of extra flexibility to respond to emerging need. And we did the same thing this year as well, where we had 30k where it was spent on additional funding for energy vouchers for vulnerable residents and also the food hubs. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say, and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. The next Executive Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot in this portfolio that I feel makes an immediate, tangible impact on the day-to-day lives of Cambridge's residents. So the community centres, where this winter people have been able to benefit from our Warm Spaces programme. There's the swimming pools, where residents are able to exercise and look after their health and well-being. Our city's parks and trees, which we know make such a difference to our mental health. I did want to highlight here that we've just submitted an application to the Urban Tree Challenge to help continue the work of our tree team. And that team is one of the best of any council. We're very lucky to have them. We live in one of the greenest cities in the UK, and we're all lucky to have access to beautiful open spaces, particularly open spaces so near to our homes. Not every city has that. And of course, there is the city's food justice work, which quite literally helps keep food on people's tables. Also, I wanted to highlight that we are, through our work with Cambridge Sustainable Food, progressing well towards achieving our Gold Sustainable Food Award. My duty as an executive councillor is to make sure that the funds we have for this portfolio are spent in such a way that makes the biggest possible difference to residents' day-to-day lives. We all know we have to make savings, but this has to be done in a way that minimises the impact on residents' well-being. And this budget, this whole budget, does just that. I hear the concerns around the cut to the big weekend. I have no doubt there will be further debate on this during the discussion. But the fact remains that it is an expensive event to run and may not, in its current form,
represent the best value for money for all our residents, not just a few. I want to pick out a few additional items. Increased utility costs, as Councillor Moore spoke about, are a clear theme. There's real uncertainty around price rises. And I think, I've said this before, I think it's important that we are as prepared as a council as we can reasonably be. And officers have done a huge amount of work to try and mitigate these costs. At the same time, we're also moving forward with the decarbonisation of our pools and leisure facilities. Now, this work could have been delayed, but we have made a commitment to becoming a net zero council. And when we make that sort of commitment, we mean it, which is why we're continuing to move forward and not choosing to make that saving. This is important work and work that we need to do to achieve our target. Also, two items that are going to make a huge difference to communities on opposite sides of the city, right in the north and right in the south. So CAP 5030, which will see the King's Hedges Rec play area totally overhauled and brought up to spec. There are a lot of families with young kids in the area. I was one of those families. My son used that park as a toddler. And like him, they need a decent, welcoming place to play. And this bid will give them that. My son's now 26, and this means that he will be able to take his own son to a nice play area. There's also CAP 5048, which will ensure the building of a new neighbourhood focal point for Cherry Hinton, with a community hub on the library site right at the heart of the village. That will absolutely transform people's lives locally. Like colleagues, I'd like to finish by thanking each of the officer teams for the work that they've put into careful preparation of the budget and for their work throughout the year and also into the new financial year. The support that our community services team have given to the food hubs, the sheer hard work involved in running the cost of living pop-ups. I saw yesterday in Cherry Hinton how much running around that involved, and it made my head hurt. It was knackering. The team also that are out clearing up and caring for our open spaces, and also finding ways to maintain them without the use of harmful chemicals. All these things really do make a difference to residents, and this budget will enable that work to continue in a sustainable way as the cost of living crisis continues to bite and all of these things become even more important.
Thank you, Councillor Collis. Councillor Thornborough.
I'd like to start by thanking the teams that I work with, the planning team, the building control team, and the officers dealing with transport elements of the council services. They have delivered the planning service, building control, and a wide range of transport developments, including car park improvements, more cycle storage, dial-a-ride taxi card, bus subsidies, and community cars. They have also overseen the rollout of EV car charging points in our multi-storey car parks and small car parks across the city. Over 800 are planned in the next 6 years, starting with 100 this year. The hard work of the planning service is being recognised nationally with numerous nominations and awards, including being the planning authority of a Sterling Prize-winning building. Other nominations include the Building Control Awards and the Public Sector Transformation Awards Green Council category for our EV charging work. And we continue to work on the emerging local plan, which puts sustainable development and great places at the heart of our ambition. We will need a strong and effective planning service to deliver this. I hope that our important dial-a-ride minibuses and community car schemes continue to go from strength to strength so that they can be used by more residents across the city. I have been in conversations with the Interim Director of Transport at the Combined Authority about these and the bus routes that we currently subsidise, and will work to ensure that the funding is secured by the transport bodies in the future. The most important change in this budget acknowledges the reduced income in our car parks from both season ticket holders and daily ticket revenue. This is a mixed blessing. The reduction means less to spend on discretionary services that we provide, but fewer people are driving into our city to park and are opting instead for public transport and active travel, reducing pressure on our roads along with pollution, congestion and accidents. The car parks are important built assets, so we are considering other uses and income that might be appropriate, and we have started with the rollout of EV car charging points and community car schemes. The car park options are being considered along with the transport authorities, the combined authority and the county council, and also the Greater Cambridge Partnership. We must work with them as pedestrian and cycling infrastructure strategies and new public transport schemes are developed and considered. With that in mind, I commend this budget to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Farnborough. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, to conclude, Mr Mayor, but before I go into the more general principles, I just want to say one or two things about my own portfolio area. The first thing to say is that the majority of my bids relate to IT and support around our ICT systems. And although this is obviously not particularly glamorous work, it's vital we do it. Otherwise, the systems that we use, both as councillors, as officers, but most importantly, residents, come to a halt. There are one or two other eye-catching, I think, bits to my portfolio. It's worth saying that we're maintaining discretionary housing payments to those in most need. I think it's intriguing to see how the work with Alia is developing and how we might use the Guildhall, almost like a forerunner for how this Guildhall might work in the future. I think perhaps one or two things that get lost, because of the change of interest, we've done recalculations and there's a further 1.25 million coming back into the authority, which is not insignificant. And as a result of some of that work, we've also put aside a significant amount, I think it's over £600,000 to cover any cost of heating that takes place. So those are sort of the things that come from within my own portfolio. Going on to look at the budget as a whole, if you leave aside Brexit, COVID, and Ukraine, leave aside the rise in inflation, then you then come to the shambles that took place last autumn in terms of the government's proposals. It's worth noting, and I said this to the executive last week, that when this BSR was being first drafted, Boris Johnson was still the Prime Minister. And so that gives you a shape of how things have changed over the course of the last few months. And I think the core bit, without labouring the political uncertainties or the political shambles that the Tories have created, is the uncertainty this causes in terms of planning for us as an authority. And again, like others, I'd particularly like to thank Caroline Reber for her work over the last 6 months. Little beyond astonishing, to be quite honest, because every week things are different. I'll come on to that in a second. If you go back to before Christmas, and we had the second budget, the Jeremy Hunt budget, we then didn't have the financial settlement until December the 19th, when suddenly we found out we had 1.9 million more than we thought we'd had the week before. So yet again, we as an authority trying to, well, hang on, where did this come from and why? And how can we spend it and work it out? And the point I'd like to make is that that's one of the key things that we will talk about later is our reserves. But again, page 24 of 104, I'm not asking you to go through this now, but our original prediction for the reserves that would come from business rates growth just 2 weeks ago was 6.1 million. As a result of going through government's work, Caroline has then recalculated, and it's now 1.9 million. So suddenly, in the space of a fortnight, 4 million that we thought was going into reserves is no longer going into reserves. And that therefore casts doubt on the years that follow next 2 years, which again means that how do you start to plan for an authority when you have absolutely no idea what the finances will be of that authority, which makes the short term difficult, but it makes the long term even more problematic, particularly, as Anna's already mentioned, we still can't get away from the fact that over the next 5 years, we have to find a deficit of 11.1 million. And we have to make those savings, and we have to make them effectively, which means that our Cambridge becomes perhaps the most vital and important thing that we'll be doing as an organisation over the coming 5 years. Not just in terms of what the council might look like, but we have to do that within a secure financial envelope. As I've said already, reserves is something that I suspect, looking at the Liberal Democrat amendments, will be wanting to talk about a bit later on, so I won't persevere here. But nonetheless, I perceive that it's too early to start making significant judgments about what we do with our reserves in the next year, particularly bearing in mind we have the Guildhall and the Marketplace still to come. Despite all this uncertainty, we've been able to stick to our core principles as part of this budget plan. We will continue to try and tackle anti-poverty. Councillor Healy's already made it very clear. This 10% increase on our budget for community grants is quite a significant proposal, bearing in mind the overall context. To the climate change, Councillor Moore has already referred to the changes to the fleet and how we're going to enhance and improve them. In terms of housing, it's just important to remember, Joe's already made the point. In the course of our partnership with KIP, 930 new homes, of which 538 are council properties. Is there any other authority at Tier 2 that's delivering this kind of level to tackle one of the most fundamental problems of a city? And finally, transforming the way we work. Our Cambridge made a very good start. We're hoping to build on that, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the forthcoming 12 months. So despite all these troubles, as Anna says, we've built a prudent budget fit for purpose. I would commend that you support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Thank you, the Executive, for being succinct. That was 34 minutes. So now we will move on to the Liberal Democrat group to present its budget. And again, you have up to 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The challenging situation of our council, and in fact of all local councils across the country, as Councillor Davey and Councillor Smith has referred, obviously constitute the context for this budget, and also the context for our amendment of this budget. As always, there's a lot in the budget that is worthy of our support, and we're even proud to be associated with. And by the way, that also includes the Community Grants Programme, which in its time was protected by our administration too. This year, though, we have not brought new spending items to the table. We're this time focused on the way the Council protects its services and enlarges its independence and plans for the future. From this side of the chamber, I'd like to thank the officers we've consulted in preparing our amendment, and indeed thank all the staff for the work that they do, often in very difficult circumstances, whether it's actively delivering our services or enabling others to do that. The Council has for some time recognised that it needs to reduce the long-term cost of what it does. The Labour administration has set substantial savings targets, which on this side we have not challenged. The measure to deliver the savings, the transformation programme, is something we support. It's an analytical, evidence-based process which ought to bring us to rational decisions. It's obviously sensible to do this in a way which continues to achieve for our residents, but in different, less costly ways. See, on this side, though, is that it's like waiting for a lift that never arrives and risks us missing our train. Although I know Councillor Davey says that he's unaware, when I mentioned this previously, the transformation programme has been going on since 2015. That's some 8 years. It's obviously easy for him to ignore that as it was before he personally got his job, but he has taken on that legacy, and members can check it for themselves from past council minutes. And of course, not only is our lift a long time coming, but a lot of money has been spent on transformation before it has got here. The figure I got from the head of finance in the autumn was that we will have budgeted to spend a total of 8.2 million in the 10 years from 2015. Despite this, Mr. Mayor, as far as we can see, this programme is probably looking at the right things, but it does need to be speeded up. The Council and the public need results. It's not healthy either for our organisation and the staff to exist under a perpetual transformation process. The consequences of the slow speed of transformation and the steep savings targets that have been set is that in the absence of the impact of transformation, an altogether more random approach to saving money starts to be adopted. And we see that in this budget. We're delighted that some of this has now been rowed back on, but you see by looking at what it was, just how random it was becoming. A search for soft, unquantified targets. Cutting bus subsidies which support services for shift workers crossing the city. Sure, not ideally the role of this council, but no apparent concern that no one else whose role it is would pick up the tab, with the real risk that we would be actively contributing to the bus service cutbacks we all want to see reversed and actually built up. And closing quayside public toilets, used, we discovered when we asked, by an estimated 35,000 people a year. The same quayside public toilets, whose existence members opposite were quite happy to use in justification for closing other public toilets in Park Street only 2 years ago. One argument 1 year, quickly forgotten the next. And at least these examples were averted. Thank you. There are others, which my colleagues will address later. We don't say there are no savings to be made in some of these areas, but we do say that the evidence and the rationale need to have not been presented, that related issues have not been explored, that options have not been examined, and impact on acceptable service standards has not been measured. To us, the contrast is really quite wrong between the painstaking and analytical processes that are dedicated to the restructuring of the senior management team on the one hand, and the lack of evidence or process for any of the straight reduction in services we're actually here to deliver as an organisation, probably categorised by the consultants in that terrible expression, low-hanging fruit. Well, we're here to try and save some of that low-hanging fruit. Apart from these changes to revenue spending, we are proposing that the Council organises and focuses its approach to its reserves. They are large and are forecast to be larger. The independent graphic, which was republished by the Council itself in the MTFS in our meeting in October, though a snapshot, gives a good indication of how reserves look in Cambridge City Council amongst other councils. We are at an extreme. Our view is that this level of extreme adds little extra to our financial security. All but 4 other councils nationwide would be bankrupt before the same fate would affect us. And the idea that that could actually happen is so far-fetched that it shouldn't form a sensible part of a planning process. But our reserves, even when committed to something, tend to replenish almost immediately. There is a cost to leaving money without a clear purpose. And we're suggesting it's a cost we should no longer so easily afford, as we have in the past, given the pressures that are upon us. Now, on examination, the Council's financial exposure, and you'll have to bear with me for this metaphor, is like a Norman castle, protected behind multiple circles of fortification, each with a justification of its own, but maybe not so easily assessed as a whole. So we first have the prudent minimum balance, an amount it's sensible to plan to keep as a ready cash reserve in case something goes wrong, based on an assessment of risk in relation to the Council's activities. We don't make that our target to keep on one side. We put 20% on top of that and call that our target reserve and use that in the budget. So that extra slice is rampart number 2. We then have reserves other than the general reserve, a third fortification, We have a suite of other reserves, in fact, for particular earmarked purposes. Last time these were reported to Council in October, and surprisingly not amidst the papers that you have today, they stood at just over 20 million, and that's not the same reserve that is reported today, it's another 20 million, and they were forecast then to rise to just over 22 million. They each have perfectly justifiable purposes, but the General Fund Reserve, but like the General Fund Reserve, they are money not actually committed, but waiting an eventuality. And have conservative budgeting. Now that is with a small c. I'm not accusing you of crossing the floor in any dramatic way, but small c conservative budgeting, the fourth rampart. This results in routine annual revenue underspends, which after some carrying forward, cough up more money into the reserves. This process is even carefully forecast, and for example, at the start of the last quarter of this year, there's an expectation of some £700,000 extra being added to the reserve you see in front of you. That fourth rampart of conservative budgeting has a close cousin in the fifth rampart, underspending on the capital programme. There may be a number of factors bound up in this, including an optimism bias, and my purpose isn't to criticise that, but the forecast at the start of the last quarter of this year indicated an underspend on our capital programme at the end of this financial year of 106 million. At this level, there is inevitable space for at least some choices if backs were really against the wall. On to the sixth line of fortification. That is our decision not to bank on future income, however likely or unlikely or predictable it actually is, unless it is 100% secure. The most significant case in point is our share of business rate growth. Unsurprisingly, in one of the country's fastest growing local economies, this has generated significant income to this council. Because we decide not to count on that in advance, when it comes, it tops up our reserve each year with the effect of a semi-predictable windfall. The seventh rampart is our unusually low external exposure through borrowing. Outside the tight business model of the HRA, we have no external borrowing and are just about to embark on our first foray on terms that have been mentioned and we should be very pleased with. We could not, however, be further away from councils like Thurrock and Woking, and I have some insight into what went on in Woking from having peer reviewed them recently, which have got themselves into grave difficulties on this score. To quickly reassure members that our amendment actually doesn't seek to change any of the fortifications I've described. But I think it is important to look at the wider context. Very well protected, lots of money under lots of mattresses, threats minimised, a prospect of ongoing squirreling away in the future. This pattern of accumulation is not necessarily wrong, and it may actually be wise, but we really ought to be balancing it by a clearer and more focused, productive purpose with our other reserve funds. Our amendment simply proposes that £10 million that is there over and above all of those fortifications should be put to long-term use in Cambridge. The Cambridge Futures Fund that we are proposing would usher in a transparent, ongoing investment process in our city with those surplus funds, respecting and supporting our council's wider strategy and its values, securing a financial return above that budgeted by leaving on deposit, which actually, in an economically successful city like ours, is a doable task. It will add to our future income, increase our independence from central government, and help pay for services to our residents, protecting them from some of the pressures for cutbacks. So what sort of things might this investment be? Now, our amendment deliberately avoids attaching the proposition to particular investments. They would need to be available, They would need to be affordable and to be assessed as delivering the required return, and would rightly be identified from a properly disciplined process with officer support. In my mind, illustrations at the one end could include investing to rebalance our commercial property portfolio, to ensure the council doesn't leave returns from the city's shortage of life science and laboratory space at the heart of our local economy, leaving that entirely to private landowners. And at the other end, it could include the potential to invest internally in our energy efficiency in a way that a return can be demonstrated by avoiding future energy costs. And that has an obvious relevance to the building that we're sitting in. And that would also obviously support our decarbonisation goals. So what of those other potential needs that are being flagged to us as a justification to simply keeping all our reserves in place? It's important to note that these are at present simply undefined ideas, and that several of them have other intended funding sources too. But some could actually be candidates for investments from the Cambridge Futures Fund we're proposing, and others that literally had no other source could anticipate top-ups to the reserves in future years in the way that I've described earlier, especially as they haven't yet been defined as projects and aren't actually fundable. The need for idle reserve money that we have less sympathy with is to leave space to fail with the transformation programme. And that is really what is going on right now. That typically turns out to be a perverse incentive. Our proposal to transfer £10 million to the Cambridge Futures Fund will still leave at least £2 million in the reserve today, above all of the fortifications, for smoothing savings from year to year. But of course, we can be pretty confident that that £2 million will naturally increase starting from the year-end outturn. Mr. Mayor, our amendment also calls for other action to safeguard and improve our income from our own existing resources. We don't think it's enough to accept diminishing income from our crematorium or our car parks. We need plans to turn this round. The cases are different. For the car parks, in line with transport policy and actual usage too, we need to have plans to repurpose more car parking space to maintain income from meeting other needs. Given the time that actually takes, and we saw that with the Park Street car park, we should be looking already at the overcapacity of the Grafton car parks and working out alternative uses there. For the crematorium, with competition from other new facilities in the area, we clearly need more than the plans we made 5 years ago, and we should be debating the fundamental question about how to have it truly hold its own in the interests of local people in the mixed economy of crematoriums and what our role is in that. And finally, we don't understand why councils often quoted as close comparators to ourselves in Cambridge, like Oxford and Norwich, both Labour councils, are practising a model of providing some of their services to third-party organisations on a commercial basis to generate income, which helps pay for the same services to their own residents. And we aren't. Surely this should be on our tables to look at now. It may not be the right thing for us, of course. Until it's been looked at, we don't know. But we need a public debate, or the assumption is that we've missed an opportunity that could be helping us protect our residents' services and avoid cutbacks. So, Mr. Mayor, my message is, let's avoid the knee-jerk cutbacks and look properly before we cut back residents' services. Let's help to avoid this scenario by speeding up the long-running transformation process. Let's have tighter, more transparent process for the long-term management of our surplus reserves. Let's respond faster to those of our assets with forecast decline in income. And let's look at approaches pioneered elsewhere that could generate new income to protect services to our residents and maintain more of the independence that we value at a local level. Now, Mr. Mayor, I will pass you to my other colleagues who will speak on the other elements of our proposals. That'll be first Councillor Porrer, then Councillor Hawke, and then Councillor Payne.
Thank you. Councillor Porrer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to talk about public toilets, private obsession. As many of you will be aware, I've spoken about this before, particularly when the Labour group removed the facilities from Park Street car park and refused to reinstate them in the new building, leading to a reduction of toilets in the city, including a disabled accessible one. This time it's even worse, with cuts proposed across the whole city in areas where there are few alternatives, and without any kind of plan to deal with these reductions. We welcome the fact that Quayside is now retained, though I really don't understand why they're included in the first place. I also note this does at least resolve the issue that you've left £100,000, bid SC 714, in your original budget, which also at the same time deleted Quayside toilets where that money was meant to be spent. And I would like to ask the Executive Councillor now for some reassurance that the Quayside toilets will still have their changing places one fitted, as these larger cubicles are crucial to expand access across our city for those with disabilities. As you can see from your own consultation result, residents' highest priority was maintaining essential public services, followed by helping those in greatest need. Parks and open spaces were the highest scoring as most valuable services, and 80% of respondents opposed closing the public toilet, even when the question was worded somewhat misleadingly, in my opinion, about underused facilities, which I don't agree with. We've heard that Mill Road toilets have others nearby, we were told at the exec meeting, Romsey Rec or Parker's Peace, but I would not describe them as nearby. If you've got a small child desperate for a wee or worse, or if you're a wheelchair user or mobility impaired, it's a 16-minute walk one way or an 11-minute walk the other. And you're proposing to reduce Romsey Rec on weekdays over the winter too. Similarly, closing Chesterton Road leaves the public with those on Jesus Green, I appreciate, admittedly nearer, but in an extremely poor condition, heavily overused, and we have no plan for the renovations to the Rouse Ball Pavilion in which they're housed, despite this being mooted since before I was elected in 2019. High quality facilities, these are not. And as for closing the other weekday ones, leaving them only open at weekends, this is terrible. Chesterton Rec, Cherry Hinton High Street, Coleridge Rec, Romsey Rec, Victoria Avenue, we don't even have proper data usage, they're estimates. And you cut off this green space to people trying to use them. Many of those will be parents with children looking for a free afternoon out. And I bet most of those will be in the week as well, whether it's summer or winter. I am pleased, and I do acknowledge that you have changed the original bid slightly to reopen some in the summer, which is important, particularly Coleridge, near the paddling pool and the splash pad there. But this is not for all toilets, and it's going to lead to a reduced use of our open spaces or more antisocial behaviour, as what is going to happen now all over the city when people need the facilities. Where's the evidence of a public toilet strategy to replace them or find ones nearby? You can't just carve out bits of service provision ad hoc and hope your residents won't notice and assume that they'll vote for you anyway. I know from reports from my own residents, unfortunately, a lack of public toilets means some people decide to use our own gardens, our alleyways, our open spaces instead. And if you add up the usage stats for the ones that you're closing, it's a lot of wee and poo and nappies and sanitary protection products that have nowhere to go. And they will end up somewhere, and I'm sure I won't need to spell it out probably where. And in the same budget, we have fewer enforcement officers as well to check on poor behaviours like this. I should declare an interest here. As various members of planning will know, I do experience some issues myself, which means that I sometimes do need to use toilet facilities more than others. And I know firsthand that when you take away a toilet, you take away access to that area. And that particularly affects the most vulnerable, often the poorest, those with health conditions or disabilities, and those who have few other alternatives and often no access to a car to travel easily. The equalities audit accompanying this report is terrible, embarrassing in my opinion. It suggests that the impact will not be significant and that older people, pregnant people, those with children or disabilities can just use alternatives where necessary. And in fact, Unison flagged this up in the consultation, as I'm sure you've seen. Your audit misses the point on equalities, that there are not alternatives nearby, and many residents can't just walk or drive elsewhere. So our proposal is to put this cut on hold whilst a proper equalities audit is undertaken and proper alternatives and standards of provision, a city council public toilet strategy, are explored. I know that Councillor Thornborough mentioned turning old toilet blocks into hedgehog hospitals. And don't get me wrong, I'm very supportive of hedgehog hospitals, but I do note that hedgehogs have the privilege of being allowed to pee in hedges, which human beings don't, so I'm not sure this is an appropriate swap for me. But there might be options we can look at about combining a toilet block with a cafe or another business, and which would generate income. You know that's already done on Parker's Piece quite successfully. I think was a Lib Dem idea I'm claiming credit for, but that was before my time. So the income supports the toilet, and the presence of the staff and customers reduces antisocial behaviour because there's some natural surveillance in the area. So please let's take a year to review these options and make a proper strategic plan, and let's not remove access to our open spaces for our most vulnerable residents who need it most. So I really would urge the ruling group to reconsider this cut and look at our budget amendment. It's £54,000, which in the greater scheme and with all the money in this budget is not really a huge amount to maintain the most basic of our public services and to allow our residents access to open spaces, to save on antisocial behaviour, and all of these aims, which are surely aligned to every single one of your own ruling group priorities as a Labour council. I would expect these cuts from a Conservative, Tory administration, but not from yourselves. So please allow our residents full access to our city. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll hand over to Councillor Houck now.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we are all too aware that we can't have our cake and eat it. Savings will have to be felt somewhere. But we should expect, and our residents can expect, that this follows a thorough analysis of the risks and the possible long-term costs that may result from adverse effects of these savings. Our public realm enforcement team is the shop front of the City Council. It deals with issues that many of our citizens see at the core of what the Council is there for. Everybody can see the results on their pavements, streets, and in the local parks. But even more importantly, they are here to protect our public, our businesses, and our environment from harm, and to support our local economy to grow and prosper. Thus, if they cannot work properly, it can cause harm to our communities, and it may incur costs to our local economy. Mr. Mayor, our residents expect a thorough analysis of these risks and costs when cuts to the enforcement teams are made. Instead, we are here presented with a bunch of opportunistic cutbacks. Open positions won't be filled. What were they there for? Clearly, somebody must have thought that they were required at some point. So what kind of reductions in services can our residents expect? If our services remain to be excellent, as the Executive Councillor assured us in the executive meeting, then what were these positions for in the first place? In that case, maybe we can cut another one and still have a very good service, or even two, and the service will still be good enough. There are no performance indicators and no criteria for the service our residents must receive. I am convinced that our individual officers do excellent jobs, but the demand on the enforcement team is only going up. The city's population is increasing, and so is the number of regulations. Over the last few years, the team had to take on additional duties with respect to punt touting and advertising boards, and they've also lost some support from the abandoned City Rangers team. The SPOs on dog control have been extended, for example to Hobson's Park in Trumpington at the fringe of the city. These PSPOs were introduced to protect our public and wildlife from harm. Can we really feel safer now if there are even fewer officers to monitor and enforce them? More rules, laughingstock out of the City Council. What will the costs be of more littering, fly tipping, and misuse of green spaces? I happen to live close to some nice meadows with beautiful nature, but unfortunately the nearest public toilet is miles away. I know by now where not to walk, because it is clear that human nature will find a way somewhere. And with the planned closure of more public toilets, this is very likely going to happen in other open spaces around the city as well. And who is going to literally pick up the mess in the end? We can be grateful to have some very enthusiastic litter-picking teams in our city. They are happy to complement the council services, where the council obviously cannot look under every hedge. But they shouldn't feel like they are compensating for the ruling party's lack of strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to sort of summarise everything my colleagues have spoken about this evening, and I think some of the administration's key points also, it's a very sad sign of the times, I think, isn't it, that across the last year we've become a council which talks about cuts because we have to. We have to talk about cuts to public toilets, to public realm enforcement, to public events. And I think why we on this side of the chamber, we've very sadly accepted that some cuts are just necessary in the current climate. As a responsible council, the question we have to be asking ourselves, and in fact agonising over, is where we make those cuts. And for me, and I would hope for a Labour council also, any cuts have to be made very carefully in a way that doesn't disadvantage the most vulnerable. The Equalities Impact Assessment for cancelling the big weekend is actually quite uncomfortable reading, I think. On page 334 of our agenda tonight, it says that the event provides activity for young people and it's designed to bring people together for free from different neighbourhoods in a safe environment, contributing to community cohesion and community safety initiatives. It's an affordable cultural event for young people compared to other events that will be outside of their price range. On page 335, it says disabled people are more likely to experience poverty, and this event is accessible by virtue of being free. And page 338 describes the Mela as celebrating Cambridge's varied Asian cultures, and in fact says that cancellation will directly affect the opportunities of the Asian community. I'm concerned, frankly, Mr. Mayor, whether any of us could read that without feeling a real sense of embarrassment and shame. It would be very easy for us to take the line tonight as an opposition that the council shouldn't be making any cuts at all anywhere. We really do get that this isn't possible, and we very much sought in our amendment to avoid that sort of lazy politics. However, we are still to be satisfied that given the huge damage that some of these knee-jerk cuts will make to our community, that anything like the degree of concern and effort has been put into finding an alternative way of funding events like the Big Weekend, which is more affordable, but still preserves the vital community cohesion, accessibility, and cultural celebration that this event brings. Running this event in a different way, which is cheaper, is surely not beyond the wit of this council. What about perhaps recorded music instead of live acts? What about charging for just some specific parts to generate a bit of income to support the others? We could possibly combine it with other events to reduce the cost. For example, when the county fairs are on Parker's Piece or the food festivals, to share the facilities between the two events. The Mela was originally funded from the government's Prevent strategy, and I would just question whether we've actually told them that we're going to have to cut it next year in a cancellation which will directly affect the opportunities of the Asian community. We've also drawn a blank when asking questions about whether the income generated from other events or installations, such as the big wheel that you got plonked on Parker's Piece, could be used to help support the big weekend. So if it can't go ahead in its current form, which we get, surely the Executive Councillor must have been working very hard since knowing about this to find a way to preserve the activities which benefit our community so much. The museum tents, the sports activities, the silent disco. But seemingly, instead of doing any of all this, we've just resorted to a knee-jerk cuts. I know that some of my colleagues will speak tonight about the considerable value of the big weekend to individuals that they know, to their families, the communities they serve and they work in. But I think there's also a strategic consideration at hand here about how, as a council, we support the whole city, particularly as we rebuild from the pandemic. 20,000 people come to the big weekend every year, and while they're here, they stay in our hotels and our guest houses and our B&Bs. They buy lunch and dinner. They do a bit of shopping. They take home souvenirs. They might even be really brave and try and catch a bus and then give up when they can't get in a taxi instead, which takes out even more money into our economy. And all of these things contribute to us. They give our small businesses a much-needed boost, and they support our wider infrastructure. So events like the big weekend draw people into our city. Those people pay to use our services. For me, that's not a cost. That's an investment in the lifeblood of our city. And I think it's incredibly short-sighted at this difficult time to cut off such a lifeline. I strongly suspect, sadly, that the big weekend will be a bit like a fridge, in that once we turn it off, we won't just be able to turn it back on again after a couple of years' gap and expect it to go back as it was before, because people will vote with their feet and go elsewhere. We need to be judicious in where we make our cuts. And while we accept that there might well need to be modifications to the way we run the big weekend for it to go ahead, this knee-jerk cancellation of the only totally free and inclusive community event in Cambridge just isn't in line with the values, certainly of the Liberal Democrats, who exist to build and safeguard a free and fair society where no one is enslaved to ignorance, poverty or conformity. And I would have thought it wouldn't be in line with your values either. To quote Councillor Porrer, I'd expect this from a Tory council, but not from you. The message in our amendment, I hope, is clear. We understand the need to find savings, and there is much in this budget that we do support. However, some of these proposals seem knee-jerk, panicky, and they've been made so carelessly that they're directly disadvantaged from the poorest, most vulnerable people in Cambridge. They're not strategic. They're out of step with the vision of an open, thriving, diverse, green and fair city that the Liberal Democrats believe in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I now call upon the Green and Independent Group budget to present its budget amendment. You have up to 45 minutes. Councillor Bennett?
Mr. Mayor, could we have a comfort break, please?
We're going to do the comfort break after you've done your budget one, because then we've got the other ones to take place. So my proposal was we wait until you finish your budget one and then we go into all the voting, because that's going to take quite a long time as well. Unless people are happy that we call subsequent comfort breaks as well, because I'm quite aware that if we have a comfort break now, by the time we debate everything else and go to votes, we'll need another comfort break. So my proposal is that we, Councillor Smart.
With all due respect, Mayor, I'll second the proposal for a comfort break now. I think if a member wants a comfort break...
Oh, okay, I'm happy to do that, but I'm saying the time is now 9:30. I think we're going to go on to about midnight. So don't people, because we've got a lot of debating to go on, because people will debate. We know that. So we'll have a comfort break, but don't then be saying, oh, this is going on too long. So we'll have a comfort break, and then we'll probably go for another comfort break. So we'll have 10 minutes, okay? So we're back at 22. Thank you. Everybody back to order, please, so we can crack on, because people don't want to be here till midnight. So if we don't want to be here till midnight, we need to take our seats. We need to get moving again, so we've got time to ask those nice questions later on. So if we can all take your seats. Hands up if you're not in your seat, so I know I can start. Right. Okay, thank you everybody for observing that break, spot on. And we'll now move to the Green and Independent Group budget to present its budget amendment, and you have up to 45 minutes. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I promise you it will not be 45 minutes. Okay. As a special treat this time, you're not getting me undiluted. My independent colleague Sam Davis is also going to present a section. And I also promise I'm only going to talk about accountancy for 2 minutes. So I'm going to start reviewing what we did last year, where we talked about making a budget process more accessible and suggesting lots and lots of work for officers.
Could I just ask that when people are speaking, we try and keep it quiet so that everybody can hear what's going on? Because again, we're live streaming as well, so when people are listening in, they don't want to hear background chatter. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay, Mark. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. And I really am most pleased to see the changes this year and to see how much more accessible it is. But it's not for me to say whether enough changes have been made, because I'm an accountant. And the whole point is it should be accessible for everybody, including non-accountants. So it's really for everybody else to say when you feel you've got enough, when you feel you're happy. And it's perfectly okay to go on making changes each year. Okay. Accountancy until the end. The other thing we talked about last year was the begging bowl culture. Although I didn't call it that, I just called it a cruel and unnatural game. And the way that we are made to bid against other councils for grants. At the short-termism of these grants that pop up and then disappear, and then there's a slightly different grant that pops up and then disappears, and how difficult it makes it to have a long-term decarbonisation strategy. I also mentioned that we were really doing the same thing to our own community service centre. So I'm really pleased to see that we are now looking at more 3-yearly grants, and I hope this process will continue. So a thank you. And in order to save time and not to get into a he said, she said thing, I'll also happily provide Councillor Healy with the links to what I said last year and resolve her concerns. Now, without more ado, I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I'm going to speak very quickly on our budget amendment in relation to the market. This is something that I don't think any of us take for granted. It is an important part of our civic activity, civic life, and while I had no prior knowledge of the public question which was asked earlier this evening, it was a timely reminder of the importance which the public attribute to the market and how they indeed perceive it as the beating heart of the city. So the amendment is, I believe, a good fit with the goals of economic recovery from the COVID pandemic and the impact of the cost of living crisis which we're going through at the moment. by redirecting this limited amount of funding into the market staffing pot. I think we should be able to increase the resilience of the market traders themselves, and it's worth noting in the officer's commentary on this item that we've lost 8 senior market traders in the last recent past, and they are concerned that there will be more of that to come, with difficulties replacing them at the moment. It will restore the revenue stream back to the council to something approaching its pre-COVID levels. That's certainly the intention. And obviously the market is an economic multiplier for the wider city economy. And if you're interested in that, there's some very detailed findings in the Markets Matter report published by the Institute of Place Management, which I was directed to by Officer Gemma Little, who's doing some work on the market at the moment. I think it also fits with our ambition to increase scope for community wealth building in the city, and the project that's being undertaken with the Shared Prosperity Fund. It will enable us to build the market's resilience in advance of any possible future disruption to the market square due to the potential heat pump project. And I think it's a good fit with our placemaking ambitions. It's a symbol of continuity with the city's long and distinguished heritage. And it's an embodiment of our ongoing civic pride. And so, while we all understand the extreme financial pressures that the council's under, and we all know we can't save everything, and I'm sure that we all have our pet elements of activity that we would like to protect, this proposal does seem to me to offer a unique set of benefits, and I hope that councillors from across the council will feel able to support it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about a mixed bag of election and democracy items. And I'm going to start with something that may not seem to be a budget item, but in the world I live in, time is money. And if you save time, you end up saving money. So I'm going to start with attracting working age councillors. I appreciate I was born in the late Stone Age, but I am actually still working age. They're perhaps a bit older than the councillors you want to attract. The average age of Cambridge residents is now 31. Normally, councillors are twice that age. And if we truly want to be representative of the population we serve, we need more councillors like Hannah and Matt, who are in their very, 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 very early 30s. We mentioned already that the current basic member allowance is just over 5,500, and that works out to just under 10 hours per week at the current real living wage, or 5 hours per week at the average city wage. And if any of you councillors manage to get through your council working 5 hours a week, I really just don't want to know. And I won't believe you if you say it anyway. During the Executive Council meeting, I listened to a discussion about how raising this allowance by £1 a day rather than 50p a day would help us continue to attract a wide range of councillors. And to be honest, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. And I think it ignores a much more serious barrier, which is councillor hours. And that's not just an issue for working age councillors or councillors with a day job, but all councillors. Whether it's voluntary involvement, family life or caring, we all have things that matter to us as well as being a councillor that we want to do. It's not a new problem. I've quoted a Guardian article, and last year our independent remuneration advisor made a number of recommendations on managing councillor hours. At the moment, it's not politically acceptable to raise council allowance and may not be for a long time. It may never be. So if we are going to manage councillor pay rates, that means we really have to look at councillor hours and efficiency. Things I looked at, you may well have other ideas about what is good use of your time and what is a waste of your time. Discussion is really meant just to start the ball rolling. We're not asking you to take an immediate vote to go ahead, because this is not the sort of thing on which we should be making a rapid overnight decision. But I do want to start the discussion. I hope we will all be interested in taking it forward. So, many of you may remember the discussion we've already had about abolishing local area committees. My understanding is that these used to be a local planning committee, but just carried on. We have very few residents attending. It's usually the same residents each time. And I don't really think they foster community engagement. We have to do a whole separate other series of meetings to do that. So our proposal is that area committees are scrapped from 1 April 2024, and that each ward is allowed to make its arrangements for local engagement and provided with its own tiny share of community grant and environmental improvement pots and public art pots where they still exist. And wards could either pair up with other wards or go their own routes. I think our local area committees are so ineffective that it's really long past time that we looked at this. Another question I want to consider is planning and regulatory subcommittees. It's only right we should have a full planning committee when we're talking about major items, but it actually feels quite intimidating and overkill to have all of us sitting to decide on somebody's dormer windows. I think it would be much more humane, much more comfortable for residents, and much better use of councillor time for minor items to be seen by a committee of 3, the same way we do for licensing subcommittees. Licensing subcommittees are making decisions that are life or death for businesses about whether people continue to hold a taxi licence or lose it. You know, are these not just as important as somebody's dormer windows? And are not our licensing subcommittees equally effective? The other thing I want to talk about is moving to all-in, all-out elections. I think the Greens have proposed about 10 years ago you have put in what you say is a URP, unavoidable revenue pressure item, which suggests that the additional expenditure on elections is inevitable. It's only inevitable if we continue with all-in, all-out elections. I think we should consider switching to all-in, all-out, as South Cambridgeshire does. I understand that the earliest date that this could happen would be from 2024, but personally I think the earliest practical date would be from 2026. And I'm not suggesting we have an immediate vote on this, because I think this is something that requires full consideration, but I do think we should consider it. If we are cancelling services that residents love, maybe we should be looking at everything and this. I also want to mention that I see moving to all-in, all-out elections not just as a means of achieving a cost saving, but also making an efficiency saving. Because if our work is important, is it really right that there should be 6 weeks a year in which we're electioneering rather than necessarily being councillors, where we can't make politically sensitive decisions and our scrutiny committees are stopped? Important. Should we really be interrupting it with regular annual elections? Is it right that officers' work should be compressed in this way? I will also mention that as Councillor Anna Smith's motion next week is about voter ID. I think we're all feeling that there's not a lot of time to get voter ID sorted for residents. Where I've been helping residents, I have found it's actually a lot more complicated than it seems to be from the Gov.uk site, and a lot more time consuming for them and for me. If we hadn't had annual elections, where we are just focused on getting through the election period, maybe we'd all have been doing a bit more sort of voter registration and voter ID work over the past couple of years. I think we also need to think about what the cost of having annual elections has been for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett, for some thought-provoking ideas. I'd like to have a declaration of interest. I should have mentioned earlier, it refers to page 320, the CAP 5048, the Cherryington Hub. I'm the chair of Cherryington Resident Association and the director of the Cherryington Benefit Society. So if that could be noted, that would be appreciated. Right. We now debate the Liberal Democrat Group amendment, which is deemed to have been moved and seconded. The executive councillors and spokespersons can have up to 5 minutes and other members up to 3 minutes. Councillor Davey has the right to reply up to 5 minutes at the end, and Councillor Bick does not get a right to reply. So, open to debate, or we can go to a vote. Anybody want to debate? Councillor Bennett?
It's not so much a request for a debate, but could we go through the Liberal Democrat items separately?
Councillor Bick, because it's up to Councillor Bick to deem whether or not he wants to go through each one of those individually, but I think he did do in his actually proposing his budget. But Councillor Bick, I'm not putting words in your mouth. It's up to you to say, do you want to have a debate or do you want to go through every item?
Well, I introduced the whole thing. We would normally just have one debate, I think. And I believe it's my right to ask for a vote in parts at the end, and I would do that when I've heard the debate, I think.
Councillor Bennett, okay, yeah, right. So, Councillor, nobody else is putting their hands up to... right. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to speak first, but I'm quite happy to. I was going to talk about the big weekend in quite specifically because I think it's really quite shocking that that's being cut. and particularly that it's being cut in a year when you are actually putting money into reserves. I do find that a really extraordinary decision. The Big Weekend is an incredibly popular event for families in Cambridge, and it's one of a relatively small number of events that really brings this community of Cambridge together across many divisions in our city. There are not that many occasions in the year at which residents from across the whole geographic and generational boundaries gather together. The ruling group are often quite quick to talk about how Cambridge is one of the most unequal cities in the UK. I am not a fan of that narrative, as I feel it is a factor of the small size of our city and its boundaries and the skew of a small number of individuals. However, there is no doubt that in an increasingly divided and polarised society, where social media and online streaming mean that there are fewer and fewer occasions where the whole community gather together, events like the Big Weekend are even more important. In addition, the value of events which bring the whole of Cambridge together, in addition to the value of events which bring the whole of the Cambridge community together, it also seems absolutely the wrong time to be cutting events which bring large numbers of residents into the city centre. We have already heard this evening that the market has still not recovered after the pandemic, and this is also true of the city centre shops. Cambridge's thriving shopping centre is not suffering to quite the same extent as some other high streets, but there remain many gaps with empty shops in our city centre. Events like the Big Weekend bring families into the city from across Cambridgeshire and across the wider area. And beyond growing and supporting, it helps to grow and support a vibrant high street. With many businesses facing a really difficult year as households cut back in response to the cost of living crisis, it just seems completely the wrong time to reduce events like this, which bring more people in. Finally, in a year when we know many families will be facing real financial hardship, withdrawing one of the few opportunities for families to get together for free entertainment during the summer is perverse. This council can easily afford to fund the Big Weekend for an additional year, and it really should do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors before Councillor Davey has the right to reply? No? Councillor Howard.
Sorry, to clarify, we're debating the Liberal Democrat amendment, so that's right. Yeah. So Councillor Bick will have the right of reply. That's correct.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I want to pick up on the point that was made about the transformation process being too slow. I've been working with the planning service, the shared planning service, on their transformation programme. This is what I like to say about it. The programme commenced with cultural change process, which has led to the empowerment of the staff. They're now fully engaged in the design and the delivery of service transformation and continuous improvement. Furthermore, they're taking personal and collective accountability for their performance. A number of elements of transformation across the service, which is quite complex. First of all, it's dealt with a pre-application review process. There are now web pages which give guidance to applicants on planning application information requirements for minor and major developments and for historic buildings. And the purpose is to secure better planning applications that require less work by the officers so that before they can be determined. This makes a big difference. And the service has had a long-standing problem with the backlog of planning applications and discharge conditions. And during the course of the last year, there's been a dedicated team that's been clearing this backlog for 1,100 cases. It's now standing at 350. And the target is to get it to about 200 by the end of the financial year, which is a kind of a standard normal level of backlog that you would expect in a service of this size. There's been a focused approach to reviewing the enforcement, which is now called the compliance part of the service. And that's now focusing on early interventions. Everything now is fully digitalised. This enables the staff to be much more productive, take earlier interventions before these enforcement issues become embedded and enduring. There's been a big reduction in live cases. There were 100 cases closed in January, and the officer caseload has been reduced from 100 to 60 to 80 cases per officer. These are big changes happening across the service. There's been a longitudinal survey of the staff from January 2020, and it's identified marked improvement in staff well-being and motivation. This is, together with this investment in digitalisation, has translated into increased productivity measured by applicants determined by development management staff. So why did we have all these problems in the first place? And it's a good point to raise. And it's simply because there's been competition from planners across the private sector. It's led to hemorrhaging of experienced staff, reliance on very expensive agency staff. The planning profession's taken notice of the transformation, and we now have people who formerly worked for the service queuing up to come back. We're no longer relying on the agency staff because of our inability to recruit. Users of the service have also noticed the improvements, and complaints reduced from the last quarter.
Councillor Smith, I know a lot of people that want an extra 1 minute, and that's 30 odd minutes. So could I ask you just to finish now? And we're going to be fair across the board.
Reduced to 2 from 42 in the same quarter last year.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Levin. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just really going to drive home some of the points that we've already heard about. The council survey on page 241, you need to look it up, it's there, indicates public disagreement with the proposal to get rid of one position of full-time public realm enforcement officer. At the same time, the council is introducing a limitation on the number of dogs per responsible person to 4 on Hobson Park, which is in my ward in Trumpington, and some other places as well. Now, this limitation is indeed very sensible. I do agree, not only for the personal safety of dog walkers and members of the public, but also for the protection of nesting birds who would be disturbed by uncontrolled dogs. However, who's going to enforce this new rule in a park which is quite some distance from the centre of Cambridge, while the numbers of officers is being reduced? Just a thought. Moving on, last year we were still living under the shadow of COVID, but the big weekend that was sponsored by Cambridge Water was obviously very popular. This year, people are feeling much less encumbered by the pandemic. We believe that the big weekend is an ideal opportunity for people to properly shake off the last 3 years and put it all behind them. So in the survey that I mentioned earlier, the report recognises that there was nearly an even split of opinion between members of the public as to whether it should be cancelled. There isn't any data in the survey on the split of ages of the respondents, but I would not be surprised if the vast majority of people in favour of the big weekend were considerably younger than those against. Young people are the future of the city, so let's make them feel included. I also can't find any information in the surveys on the financial position of the respondents, but as Councillor Jenny Payne has said, the big weekend, being free, will be particularly appreciated by those on lower incomes. The event also provides an ideal opportunity, won't be much longer, provides an ideal opportunity for the council and other providers, for example, the police, the NHS and other interest groups, to make face-to-face contact with the public. In the immediate past, this was used to provide on-the-spot COVID testing. Well, hopefully we don't need to do that in July, but there will be other useful causes, for example, the police and cycling groups having the opportunity to promote bicycle registration. Cambridge is a magnet for large companies
In fairness, I've told them 3 minutes, so you need to be very quick now.
Let's not be party poopers. Let's have a party. Let's have the big weekend back.
Councillor Moore has indicated she wants to speak. Councillor Moore, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Bit louder, please.
Quite hard to shout. The way to protect our services is to ensure that we can keep funding them into the future as savings made now build up over time and reduce the need for cuts to services in the future. Of course, it is a difficult decision to close 3 toilets across the city and to reduce the opening hours of 5 others. But residents don't just want us to have toilets open across the city, they want and need them to be clean and well maintained. Our toilets suffer from high levels of vandalism and need ongoing investment. So with these savings, we will be focusing our efforts and our investments on the 15 blocks of public toilets that we are keeping open. Around enforcement, I think there's been some confusion around enforcement officers. So just to say that they enforce and investigate issues. They're not actually the main crews who are cleaning and managing our streets and open spaces. So just to make that clear. The post of enforcement officer that we're proposing to remove in this budget is currently vacant as the post holder is on secondment to housing. The secondment post in housing is being made permanent and we expect that the current holder to be made permanent in that role as the secondment has been going well. When the secondment started, the team did try to recruit into the vacant post, but were unable to recruit permanently into the team. Therefore, the post has been vacant for almost a year. Due to this, the enforcement team have had a restructure in the summer and are now working in 3 pairs responsible each for their own area of the city. And this restructure and partnership working is working really well. The team have not been fully staffed for many years, primarily to sickness absence, and have been operating under the 7 FTE for before, during and after the pandemic. Therefore, residents and councillors should not see a reduction in service. As has been mentioned already, there are consequences of having 12 years of austerity and council budgets being cut. So in this difficult financial environment, when tackling the climate crisis will require huge investment, it seems absurd to me to not make savings early from a post which has been vacant for nearly a year, rather than wait until we are forced to make savings from posts which are not vacant. The Lib Dems said that this was done with little consideration compared to the Senior Officer Employment Review, but just because you haven't been involved in the consideration doesn't mean it wasn't happening. But also, I'd just like to highlight that there are not currently any vacancies for senior officers, so it is a different situation. And it's appropriate that we manage that with care and consideration. And just to say, it is our team of enforcement officers who will enforce the new dog control PSPO if it comes in after the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I've now got Councillor Smart, Bennett, Thornborough, Carling. So, Councillor Smart.
Yes, yeah. Hello, yep. Okay, so, I mean, our great Labour Chancellor, Gordon Brown, had a word he used which was robust. The Lib Dems opposite seemed to talk about, in Councillor Levine, let's have a party on City Council funds given to us by our taxpayers. So, also slight hypocrisy, I think, from that side. So, when I moved to Cambridge 30 years ago, I ran a children's festival called Playfest, and it was very successful. We went to the east and the north of the city and other places too, and did lots of good stuff with kids and families in those areas that had nothing else to do, except for what we organised with the City Council in things like that, in the play team as it was then. and that was cut by the Lib Dems, and I was made redundant. So, you know, things happen, guys. At the moment, we've got tough decisions to make, and this has been one of them. It has been a tough decision. It's easy for you to talk about, oh, we've got to keep this thing going because people like it, but parties are great when you can afford them, but not when times are tough.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go through as much as the Lib Dem budget recommendations as I can in 3 minutes. First of all,
We haven't got 5 minutes because you spoke, so.
thank you. I feel really privileged. Closing some public conveniences. This is special pleading, but as until recently, the carer for my parents, the aunt, an aunt, a godmother, and a disabled person myself. Every public toilet cut makes our lives harder and makes our access to the city harder. My own ward has no public toilets at all, and this creates huge problems for residents. Our demographics are very different from the city as a whole. We have a lot of elderly residents, and it really does reduce their comfort factor in going out. Please, please don't cut these toilets. It really does matter. Talk about the Cambridge Futures Fund. I do think this is an interesting idea, and I do think maybe it's something that should be discussed at a later Strategy and Resources Committee. But I just think it's insane to ask us to spend 10 million on the strength of a short conversation. It's an interesting idea. I'd like to consider it further, but I certainly can't say yes immediately. I'm not that much of a pushover. Future plans, major council assets. I think I'd like to know what was already happening here, and when the last car park appraisal, when the last crematorium appraisal happened, before I can say whether, yes, we should have another appraisal. And I'm sorry to say I don't actually know the answers to that. And as regards income generation from council services through provision to third parties, if we're struggling to staff our own services, is this really feasible? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I've now got Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, the leader of the Liberal Democrat opposition asked about a car park strategy and did so last year as well. And I commented then that any scheme or strategy must be coordinated with the transport authorities, these being the Peterborough and Cambridgeshire Combined Authority and the County Council, as they work alongside the Greater Cambridge Partnership. And these need to be done during the right time, in the right order. So major transportation issues are being considered over the next few years, as the Liberal Democrat opposition leader is well aware as he chairs the GCP. Discussions do continue about the income generation and uses of the car park alongside other commitments. Therefore, future plans are already being considered for the car parks, and these will come forward as the major decisions are made in due course. And we expect this really to be in the next year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. I've now got Councillors Carling, Collis, Howard and Florbert to speak later. So, Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much. I'll leave it to others to discuss the points raised regarding the transformation programme and focus on the proposed changes to the general fund expenditure. To address the 3 suggested changes to the general fund proposals, firstly, let's recognise that the associated total cost will be £215,000 each year. That then increases our 5-year net savings requirement by over £1 million. which, given that requirement is already at 11 million, is equivalent to just under 10% of the entire savings requirement. This amendment just fails to recognise the urgent need we have to save resources where possible, which is perhaps most evident in the proposal to retain the big weekend in its current form for at least another year. The Liberal Democrats raised the consultation that was carried out several times over the course of presenting their amendment, and yet they seem to have ignored the fact that residents supported our proposal on this issue in that consultation. As is often the case, the Liberal Democrats could learn something from listening to residents. They could also have taken the time to notice that the proposal is to cease the delivery of the big weekend in its current form. I fail to see how exactly that evidences the idea that there has been no discussion of options, as the amendment claims, nor how it prevents us from looking at alternative events in future years that operate at lower cost. Further, the proposed new narrative suggests a scope for sponsorship, and if the Liberal Democrats have a magical solution to procure more sponsorship funding, I'd be delighted to see them produce it, because the reality is we've already looked extensively at sponsorship opportunities and they are insufficient to cover a significant level of the event's current cost to the Council. Further, I'll comment on Councillor Porra's comments regarding toilets. It was claimed that we need to put this proposal on hold while an equalities assessment is carried out, but the reality is that we have already had one and it has concluded that the equality impact is minimal. I'm sorry if the Liberal Democrats don't like the results of that assessment, but that does not provide grounds to throw it out and have another one done. The amendment also discusses deletion of a post in the public realm enforcement team, which the Liberal Democrats are proposing to reinstate. What they are not saying is, as Councillor Moore clarified, that post is vacant and has been for some time despite recruitment efforts. So the deletion will not impact upon current service levels. So overall, this amendment is costly, reckless, and is a clear case of kicking the can down the road, failing to take decisions when they are necessary to avoid damage to our central services not so far down the line. And that's why I won't be supporting it. I'd love to have a party, as one of the Liberal Democrats suggested just now, but with the immense pressures we are facing, it's clear we cannot do so.
Thank you, Councillor Carling. Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to talk about two items. Firstly, the comments on the crematorium. It's most certainly not a case of simply accepting diminishing income. It's about readjusting expectations to reflect the current market. The team are constantly discussing how the crematorium operates and looking at diversifying the offer, again, in response to the current market. The crematorium is more than holding its own. It is not, in terms of income, currently an area of concern. It continues to pay into the general fund and is essentially a net contributor. And frankly, if you spent as much time up there as I do, you'd be reassured. Funeral directors are regularly finding it hard to get time slots anywhere, at any crematoriums, at our own one and at others across the region. Funerals are actually now booking a month in advance rather than the customary 2 weeks. Secondly, surprisingly, the big weekend. I'm not going to rise to the bait of Councillor Payne's comment about Tory councils because I think it's beneath her and it's really not worth any of our time. This isn't about party politics or indeed just parties, as Councillor Levine mentioned. It's about pragmatism. I'm not quite sure that the opposition have fully grasped the essentials of running city events, but just to be clear, infrastructure costs are up across events, not just the big weekend. Sponsorship is down. So, you do the maths, because we certainly have, and so have officers. The events team and cultural services are the experts here, and I find it quite surprising to hear calls for us to consider sponsorship. Blimey, sponsorship for a large-scale event. I'd never have thought of doing that. Perhaps the council of which Councillor Nessinger is the leader might like to put its hand in its pocket, or perhaps South Cambs, given that the event brings in so many people from outside the city. The overuse of the word knee-jerk this evening also needs addressing. Absolutely none of these decisions, including the cut to the big weekend, are knee-jerk reactions. Like I've said, they're pragmatic decisions about getting the most out of limited funding. Officers will be spending time over this spring and summer looking at the wider cultural offer with communities and stakeholders like the people who attended the event Councillor Davey referred to earlier at Anglia Ruskin yesterday, that was. And they will reflect on how the council can best support a programme that reflects the city's diversity and meets local aspirations. That includes, as I think I've said in 3 meetings now, so why not make it 4, looking at how the most valuable aspects of the event, like the Mela, can be incorporated into the rest of our events programme across the city, like the ones such as music in the parks, the ones that are actually happening in local communities and actually benefit our local residents the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collis. I now have Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to address the Cambridge Futures Fund as proposed in this amendment and say that I generally am supportive of the idea of trying to use what does seem like available funds for things that would bring in additional money for the city, but only if, and critically if, they are the right things, which I think Councillor Vick accepted is not detailed in this, and that's why I wouldn't be able to support this. However, if it was something like, and I'll use it as a chance to blow the same horn again and again, because I will until I'm not in the chamber anymore, if it was something like significant additional investment in solar, significant additional investment in retrofit heat pumps throughout the city for houses, which could in some way, if you thought creatively from a business model point of view, create the City Council to be actually a utility supplier, where it would not only be providing local residents with true green power, but also reducing costs to residents. I think that would be a much better use of the reserves than some of the other questions that are on the table tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Thorburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not about likening. It's more about being fair and having sympathy, thinking about the most vulnerable people. Back in 2018, the Department of Housing, Community and Local Government referred to the need of public toilets as a valuable community amenity. I'm sure that many of us still think so. It's actually an imperative service facility, as we have heard, for many reasons. But I would like to highlight that having public toilets, or not having public toilets, actually accentuates further inequality and unfairness in our city. Because these amenities are decreasing around the councils, and in a few years probably will disappear altogether, I'm not sure how the quality report came to this final conclusion just mentioned by Councillor Porro before. This proposal is unfair to homeless people, for example, who are dependent on these public facilities beyond grooming. For them, it's not only, it's a place for privacy, which they don't have. Urinating in public is a criminal offense in the UK, and measures such as this make it really difficult for people without a home not to break the law. Although I know that the outcome will be tonight, it's clear by now, we all know how it works. You just don't listen. You just don't take it into consideration. But however, I would like to invite you to take a moment and reflect on what public toilets facility means for homeless people. I think the quality auditor report means the quality bit of the argument. Most born females have to attend to menstrual hygienic needs, unexpected periods or abnormally heavy ones, miscarriages, menopause, and last but not least, pregnancy-related needs. We don't tend to think about this because we don't talk about them, but it's a reality. The discussion today shouldn't be about imperative needs to keep these public facilities available, but how we should address the inadequacy of the current provisions to achieve equality. The reason for being so explicit is because women's health matter, and it's a taboo. This means having equality reports that disregard women's needs. Is it actually reasonable to expect parents with young children to go to bushes?
Councillor Floberg, draw it to an end, please, yeah, because I'm trying to be fair for everybody, so we've got a lot more debating going on tonight, so.
I'll be brief.
Right.
Okay?
Very brief.
Yes, the implication for young families with children will be discouraging them from doing certain activities in the city. And the idea to reduce public toilets affects mainly vulnerable people with health-related problems. Ensuring public toilets are on the agenda.
Councillor Floberg, I'm going to have to call
is
it to an end.
essential.
I'm sorry, but it's the same rules for everybody. If I give somebody extra, and then it's only fair I give somebody else extra as well. And I've been very hard on the other people as well. So you're way over the allocated time.
Okay.
So, Councillor Smith.
I'll be really brief. I won't say much, but there is a bit of a mismatch here. So, on the one hand, we should move faster on transformation. But on the other hand, we should do more audits and more reports and wait another year on pretty much everything before we do anything. And in the meantime, of course, for every year we don't make savings, our savings target goes up and up because it accrues. So I think we need to consider, I know that all the exec councillors and the officers have thought really hard about the things they have put together. These are not knee-jerk reactions. But we are in a position where everybody agrees that we have the need to make savings, but it just isn't really appropriate to say, well, we need to make savings, but not these ones and not yet. Something does need to be done. None of us want those things to be done, but this is the situation we're in.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got Councillor Bird at the moment, and now I've got Councillor Hook and Councillor Payne and Councillor Pora. It will be midnight, so yeah, carry on.
Mine will be very quick, Mayor. I just remember in 2011, when the Lib Dems wanted to close the toilets, and I managed to save, but, so I just thought I'd bring that up. It's just a bit of history.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I've now got...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to thank Councillor Moore for the clarifications. But I guess if nobody reports or littering or fly tipping, then I guess it won't pick it up either. So I guess there's a link between the reporting and the actual enforcing of these issues. So I think in the end, it is clear if there's a reduction in service, then I think the residents will have to pick some of the mess. And I also think that Councillor Moore's reply actually showed quite clearly that these cuts were opportunistic. So imagine they had found people for these jobs. Would they have cut them anyway? So these jobs apparently were lying around. So yes, okay, so maybe for the time being, they won't be filled, and that will lead to some savings in the future. But there is I didn't hear the strategy, the overarching strategy. I think this could have been discussed in scrutiny committee meetings with the clear performance indicators. What's the level we should expect? How can we get there? What's the team doing at the moment? So I really think that could have been done better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Payne, Councillors Pora. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that the administration opposite have got very, very upset about Councillor Bean making a joke about having a party. I'm so sorry the idea of fun is so hideous to you in this chamber. I really hope we should go and enjoy the lovely things our city has to offer, because I think one of the best things about living in Cambridge is the diversity within our city. I also find it quite regrettable, actually, that this phrase of just have a party is now being used in a way which actually I think really devalues the importance of free cultural events and actually kind of laughs in the face of all the people in the equality assessment who we've just quoted who will really suffer due to the cut of this event, which is one of very few events which people are able to attend so easily. Councillor Carling apparently is very keen on the equality impact assessment, and so I really would urge him to read again the statements made here, in particular the concerns raised about young people about people on low incomes, about people with disabilities, and the phrase about the direct impact putting this will have on the Asian community. As Councillor Corrie says, there is much to be explored within this, and we have indeed been through 3 meetings of discussions, and at each of those meetings, I'll point out, we've asked the questions of, well, who have we reached out to for direct sponsorship? We've never had an answer. We've given numerous suggestions, and we've asked what else has been considered to reframe this event so it can still go ahead in a way which has been more affordable. We haven't actually received a single idea that's been put forward with a reason for it to be dismissed. We've also said tonight that you want to take the time looking at the wider cultural offer and reshaping that, and I think I completely recognise that's a good thing to be doing in this environment. But again, I'd ask, surely the cost of living crisis and the cost of the big weekend are no shock to anyone. I would ask why we haven't been doing this before. We seem to have kicked the can down the road, so now we're making a knee-jerk cancellation, something which is of great value to so many people, instead of putting that time in advance. I can't imagine that people will really want to return again to Cambridge after a year of cultural events being dropped, after falling out of the habit of coming to an event regularly. And what they'll come back to is actually a bit of a cultural wasteland, with an empty market, expensive events, and a council which appears to have absolutely no sense of humour. The amount of money donated to the big weekend is actually small for 1 year, given the benefits of this event and the richness it brings to our city. And for some people, this really is the only time they can come out to meet people, to have their culture celebrated in the Mellor, or they're able to fully participate in sports, in music, in activities alongside the rest of their community. For some people, those things are simply prohibited throughout the year. I'm really sorry that you think that's such a waste of your time, and I'm sorry that you can't consider any other options to continue that event. I would really urge you to reconsider and actually think about the phrases you're using to describe a big weekend that's of huge importance to many people and the Asian community in our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Payne has just what I was about to do is look at the equalities impact for the public toilets. More urination and defecation by homeless people, potentially. Those who are pregnant, those who are disabled, those who are older may not be able to use alternatives and struggle to access alternatives. So this is not a low-impact decision. Your choice will reduce access to the most vulnerable, and you can see that in the equalities impact. I'm interested with the public toilets. Councillor Bird just pointed out that apparently, before my time, when the Lib Dems tried to close some, you objected and we listened. I think we're asking you to do the same in return. Councillor Moore, I do take Councillor Moore's point. We do need clean and maintained public toilets, and I'm well aware that some of the toilets aren't particularly well maintained, but that's why we need a strategy. You know, we need to look at how we make these vandal-proof and well-maintained. Otherwise, by the logic of the ruling group, all the 15 you've left open will gradually deteriorate. There's no public toilet strategy. That's what we're asking you to provide. Why are we not looking at coin operation or card operation? I don't know necessarily whether we want to charge for public toilets, but perhaps if that improves vandalism and reduces access to those who really need it for a week, put it politely. You know, we do already do that in some places like Silver Street, so let's explore it. Let's look at how we could share provision. I was thinking of Coleridge. I've been there loads with my child when she was much younger. We get the bus up there. The public toilet there is quite an old building. It's quite large. And there's always an ice cream van nearby, absolutely heaving. You know, why not combine the two there? This is what I mean. There's no strategy. This is what we're asking for. There may need to be cuts. I accept, as the leader says, you know, this is a really difficult time for local councils. No one's disputing that. But I'm saying read your own equalities audit and please think about how we can do this better and do this to support our communities and allow access. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pora. Councillor Collis, you cannot speak because you've spoken already in this debate. Sorry to put you down. So anybody else waiting to speak? If not, Councillor Bick. I was wondering when
I thought
you
I'd
would
take
speak.
my 3 minutes.
Right, thank you. Councillor Bick, you do get 5, so you can have a bit longer if you want.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't have told me that then, maybe. But Mayor, I only have time to pick out a few of the remarks to respond to, but I wanted to pick out particularly Councillor Moore's statement that it's okay, cuts now save cuts in the future. Well, I mean, I'm not quite sure what is really conveyed by that expression, but cuts now rather than in the future. we have no chance to consider properly the evidence and data for the cuts. And I think that we therefore are making a loss in that respect. And the claims that have been made by a number of other councillors who object to the assertion that these are knee-jerk cuts, I would say that in actual fact, if they were not knee-jerk cuts, we would have had a proper report with 2 scrutiny committees long before now. That is the thing that we are missing. That is the definition of them being knee-jerk cuts. We have long papers, which no one's criticising, about reorganising our senior management, our leadership team, but we've had nothing approaching that. These are knee-jerk cuts, and that is why we oppose them. Now, another one I wanted to pick out was some remarks from Councillor Thornborough. Yes, I did raise the question of the future of car parks last year. I've seen no action from the council on this subject since then, but I am aware and would like to underline the vast number of years that it takes to actually get to the point we are now with the Park Street car park, which actually is still not done. Now, that's how long it takes. There is actually, as far as I can see, no constraint on us coming from the combined authority or the Greater Cambridge Partnership, who are making moves of their own to discourage people bringing their cars into the city for the city centre. So no problem to talk to our neighbours and talk to other councils and authorities around, but I really don't see the constraint, and I do see the importance of it for transport, climate change, pollution reasons, but also for our own finance reasons. We should be getting on with making our future plans. I also wanted to say, in response to Councillor Collier, that the CREM may be paying into the general fund by the measures we account for it today, but I still don't believe that we are looking properly at all the costs when we say that. We've never succeeded in actually isolating the costs and the income all together for the crematorium, and it is an exercise that is worth doing as part of a review, which again should be something that the whole council gets to look at. And what I think is offensive to councillors on this side of the chamber is where fingers are waved at people who ask apparently stupid questions, which our residents would like the answers to, saying, oh no, don't you worry about that, we're looking after that. Well, if you're looking after public toilets, public realm enforcement and the big weekend, in that way, I think a lot of residents think you aren't. And that's the reason why we need proper scrutiny, look at the big context for some of these decisions, the relationships that they have with other issues, rather than just bring them forward with a little tiny paragraph and very few answers to other questions in a budget process. These are knee-jerk cuts that are being put forward, and the reason you're having to put them forward is the transformation program is running slow, and that is something that needs to be fixed, or we'll see more of these next year.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Councillor Davey, with the right to reply, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. As the Executive Councillor for Finance, I'm not supposed to gamble, but if I was a betting person, I'd lay a tenner that either in the independent, either Councillor Payne or Councillor Bick will have the words next to them, knee-jerk cuts, because I've heard it at least 25 times during the course of this debate. And as Hugh Dalton said, another Labour Chancellor, you can't have a motion without a debate. This was a dreadful debate because all we heard was knee-jerk cuts, knee-jerk cuts. To go through what I've heard, on one level, Norman, we're compared to a Norman castle. And at one stage, Councillor Bick described that as wise. So it's wise then criticising what we do is somewhat perverse. And the particular area of concern to me is about the way that the transformation programme has come under for particular attention. Now, again, we've had this before. Councillor Bick keeps on saying starting in 2015. The transformation programme at Cambridge started in October 2021. And because of this debate, I checked out with the very excellent Jane Wilson, who's in charge of the transformation programme, are we on track? And the answer she said was, well, yes, actually, we are on track. It may not be going as quickly as we all think it should, but we're actually on track. And when you think about what's been achieved already, it's not bad, really. So far, we've got a senior management team review, we've got the depot being rebuilt, we've got the decisions around the Guildhall having been made as part of the accommodation strategy, and we've got the city ops now being looked at. These are big old initiatives and have taken place because the prep work was done during the course of last year. In my view, therefore, it makes it seem odd to describe us as going too slowly. It may not be going as quickly as we'd like, but these savings, and again, to come back to your point, have to be done in a planned and sensible manner. If we didn't have the preps in place, it wouldn't be happening accordingly. Let's two remarks before I go into specifics about Councillor Bick's proposals that relate to my area. One thing I would pick up is in relation to the big weekend. There's a reason why we have not been able to share who we're telling you who we've been looking to partner with, because it's commercially sensitive. And I suspect, Councillor Payne, you're well aware of that, and there are reasons why, therefore, but you're not. Okay, well, maybe Councillor Collis and yourself could have another conversation outside of this room. In terms of the specific proposals, income generation, yeah, we agree, because we're already doing it. We think there's a very valuable party to what brings to the thing. It's being reviewed in the whole, in terms of the transformation programme, but it's already taking place in planning and with garage services. You've already heard about the critical appraisal of our assets. As you'll probably be aware, there's an asset management review being published in the spring, which I'm sure you'll be able to comment on, and look forward to hearing what your views are. So, that leads to what I think is the big idea, and it's about how we use reserves. And it's always good to get advice from Councillor Bick, bearing in mind he gave us 40 million reserves when he left office in 2014, which I think is the right figure, but I'd be open to correction. So bearing in mind ours is only 22 million, it feels like the advice is perhaps coming from the wrong place. The interesting bit about this, and I don't want to be dismissive, because I think you're right to raise it, and I think you're right to address it. I think there's merit in this. And as you can probably imagine, we've had conversations about looking at what we do about our reserves. However, I'm loath to accept it. I don't think it's insane, as Councillor Bennett said, but I don't think it's far off. You don't move £10 million at 48 hours notice. And it would have been helpful to have had a conversation previous to that. But my main reservation, I think, is in relation to it's not specific enough. It's a general fund within a general fund. And I think from my perspective, and I'm certainly open for debate, and it'll come back, I'm sure, it needs to be about specific initiatives, like you have a general reserve for the Guildhall, you have a general reserve for the marketplace. I think that debate is well worth having. So, as I say, not dismissive of what you're attempting to achieve, I just don't think it's the right way to do it, and I think it's been done at such short notice. I therefore believe that it's important that we look at reserves over the course of the next 12 months, and we do look forward to how we might be able to do that effectively. But over on the whole, on the generic, there's nothing here, there's nothing a great strategy, and I would therefore urge this amendment to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. I'm now going to ask our Democratic Services Manager to explain the vote, what we're going to do.
Okay, thank you, members. So, first of all, we're going to have one vote on the whole amendment, the whole Liberal Democrat amendment budget. So, we will make the vote live. Moment. Oh. Okay. While we're turning the televisions back on, I know it's been confusing about debates, but basically you have three goes. You can speak on the Liberal Democrat amendment, you can speak on the Green and Independent amendment, and you can speak on the executive budget. So I've seen some confused faces about people wanting to speak twice or once, but basically everyone can get to speak on those three debates each time. And as an executive councillor or spokes, you get 5 minutes, and as an ordinary councillor, you get 3 minutes. And Councillor Davey gets a right of reply on the Green and Independent amendment, and then gets a right of reply at the end of the debate on the executive amendment. The Mayor did explain that at 8:15 this evening, but that was 2.5 hours ago.
Okay, so I think we're ready to do the vote on the whole. Yep. Can we make that live, please? So it's green to approve the Liberal Democrat amendment, red to say no, and amber to abstain. That's it. We've got 33 votes in the chamber, 33 votes have been cast, and the vote, can we close the vote, please?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
close the vote and then you can...
So we're closing the vote, and there are 8 in favour, 22 against, and 3 abstentions. So that's on the overall budget. That amendment is lost. We've now been asked by the Liberal Democrat group leader to have separate votes on 2 parts of the budget amendment. So can I draw members' attention to page 3 of the Liberal Democrat amendment, agenda item 5B. The first vote will be on closing some public conveniences. So that is S5118 on page 3 of the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. So that's a single issue vote. Sarah's just typing in the words, so just bear a second. Yeah, that's right. So can we make that live, please? Okay, that vote is now live. So if you are in favour of the amendment to delete the recurring saving on the public convenience, it's green. If you are against the Lib Dem amendment on the public conveniences, and if you are abstaining, it's mustard. Okay, so we should be having 33 at the moment. I've got one more to do. Okay, we now have 33 votes cast. Can we close the vote, please? Is that okay? Yep. Can we close the vote? So on closing some public conveniences, that's 12 in favour, that's 21 against, and no abstentions. So that amendment has fallen, and now we have one last vote on the Liberal Democrat budget amendment, which is cancel big weekend. Can you type that in, please? So cancel big weekend, which is on page 3, S5102. We're just typing that into the system. So we're making that vote live.
Can I just ask again that people remain quiet while we're doing this? Because there's no debate or talking. We're just trying to sort things out. And sometimes there's background noise, which does affect people. So if we can just be quiet while we do this, it would be very much appreciated and considerate for others. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're just making that one live. So if you are in favour of that Lib Dem amendment, green. If you are against, the middle column, red. And if you are abstaining, the amber column on the right. I think that's, oh no, hang on, beg your pardon. We're one more, I think. Should be 33. Is that 33? Anyone got their maths head on? Thank you very much, the accountant.
We got 33.
Thank you. Can we close that vote, please? So that's 8 in favour of the amendment, 22 against, and 3 abstentions. That's the end of the voting on the Lib Dem budget amendment.
Thank you, Gary, for that one. Right. Does anybody want to come for break again, or shall we proceed? There's 2. So I think we will go for a comfort break because people need a comfort break. I'm sorry, but again, 5 minutes this time, please. 5 minutes. And if we can get done by midnight, we still finished in the same day as we started. Is everybody down? Okay, can we take our seats, everybody, so we can move on to the next one? We now debate the Green and Independent Group Amendment, which is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Executive councillors and spokespersons can have up to 5 minutes, and other members up to 3 minutes. Councillor Davey has the right of reply up to 5 minutes at the end, and Councillor Bennett does not get a right to reply. Okay. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you for your suggestion about reviewing the planning committee. But part of the transformation review of the planning service does include reviewing the committees. So we are reviewing the South Cam Committee, the Cambridge City Committee, and the Joint Development Control Committee to find out the strengths and weaknesses of them, all three of them, because they operate slightly differently. And it also has to be done in a particular way because of the semi-judicial nature of the committees. So any significant changes would almost certainly have to come to the scrutiny committee. But the committee, so it is being looked into. So I won't be supporting your suggestion on that, but we'll certainly make sure that any proposed changes come back to you and and certainly members of the committee as well. And if you have any other suggestions specifically about the committee, then please let me know. Just also, as far as the transformation concerned goes forward, the reviews, we're still looking at how to deal with conditions in a more effective way and try and reduce the number of conditions. And we also are going to be looking at a few lessons learnt from compliance or non-compliance of certain projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors wishing to? Councillor Pora?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm afraid our group has found it a bit challenging to work out what this document is trying to do. So obviously this is a debate on the general fund, yet there's obviously one concrete proposal relating to the market, and the figures are about all-up elections, but it's not a request to change the budget as such. And I think picking up a little bit on what Councillor Thornborough just said, I'm really concerned that this is not the right place for these kind of debates. You know, I have real worries about trying to use this process, the general fund budget amendment, to try and make decisions and have debates about something as serious as a move to an all-up election, abolishing area committees, or fundamentally changing planning committee, which is obviously quasi-judicial and obviously dealt with in a slightly different way. I mean, I'm very happy to consider these things, as are my group, at civic affairs, at the relevant scrutiny committees, but I don't think it should be here as part of a budget amendment. I mean, I fundamentally believe we need to have proper scrutiny and democratic engagement, so I welcome the opening of the debate, but I don't want to start changing our constitution to save money without us having the chance to talk about it more. It's a bit like using the tail to wag the dog. As a Lib Dem, and I hope everybody here, democratic accountability trumps budget savings. So we don't need to start it here. We need to go through the correct constitutional channels. So looking at the one item that does constitute a budget amendment here, it's the market team proposals. And I'm very sorry, but I'm struggling to understand what it's actually asking for. So I've checked with the officers, and I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure Councillor Moore will correct me if I'm wrong, the market team already has 2.6 full-time equivalent posts ready to be filled permanently as soon as the current service structure review is completed. So I'm not sure what the £60,000 is for. There's no indication of a grade or the number of posts, or whether it's for something else, because I think Councillor Davis did allude to it being for other things in the market, but the actual thing you're asking us to vote on says to enable the recruitment of staff to bring back the team to full complement. So it's not about anything except staffing. So in normal budget amendments, if you want to bid for staff, you have to put in the exact grade, the pay, the on-costs, which I can't find in this bid, I'm afraid. And as you can see from the ruling group's bids for staff in all of our budget amendments. So I'm afraid at the moment, my group wouldn't be able to support a sort of unspecified bid for £60,000, which is £300,000 over a 5-year term, when we already have the 2.6 full-time equivalent posts, as I understand it, ready to be filled permanently, which of course I support. The money would be better used elsewhere. And I have to say, obviously, making improvements to the market, as Councillor Davies quite rightly said, websites, improved cleaning, recruiting more stall holders is important, particularly whilst we're waiting on the decision for the heat network. Or, dare I say it, keeping public toilets open, enforcement, big weekend, etc., etc. As you know, I'm a really keen supporter of our 7-day-a-week market. I'm a very regular user of it. So our abstention on this amendment tonight is not because we don't support the traders or the market team, or that we don't support debate. We just want the debate to be in the appropriate committees. And for the market, we think the money is already there in the market team's budget to achieve what they're asking for, which is permanent post holders to maintain continuity for market traders. So I do appreciate, Mr Mayor, that this is probably not what Councillor Bennett and Councillor Davis were hoping that we were going to say. But as they comment, they value openness and candidness, and I hope that you will take this in good faith as our response to your amendment, and that in future years, when we do get an amendment about staffing, it's clearly telling us who the staff member will be, how much they're going to be paid, or what other use the money will be put for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pora. Any other councillors before Councillor Smart?
Yeah, just a brief point, Chair, because time's getting on, isn't it? But I think Councillor Pora and the Lib Dem group are being rather harsh there on the Green and Independent group. I do think that, there is this thing in the council where, both councillors and residents think of things to say at certain times and they're told it's the wrong time to say it. And I find that very frustrating myself as a councillor, and I think residents do too. I think if you want to cut me off, don't you? But you look like you're trying to press the button.
Well, Councillor Smart, Councillor Pora has a right to say what she felt about that amendment, the same way as you said earlier about the Lib Dems as well.
So let me speak.
Carry on, but keep it to the point. Not to what somebody's saying about the amendment. What are you saying in relation to the amendments that they want to put in?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, Mayor. So I think that the Green and Independent group have come up with some good ideas here, and all credit to them. I don't necessarily support the ideas, but I think they've had a jolly good think, and there are good things being presented, and I support the idea of coming up with ideas. I think it's a good thing to do, and it will lead to a better council for residents in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Smart, for your constructive comments. Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you. I just want to have a brief comment on the market as well. It was mentioned that Gemma Little has been doing work on a market strategy, and I think it's important to point out that there is some work being done on that. And I think it's really, really interesting, and it will be really interesting to see the result of that report. That's not just looking at the economic benefits of the market, but also how it improves social interactions in the city and more broader relationships within the city as well, and that's actually going to be a really interesting piece of work going forwards, and shows that we do really want to invest in the market, and not just the market in the city centre, but looking at other markets around the city where we can encourage more people to come and trade in the city and make sure that we support them in the best ways possible. So I just thought that was helpful to add.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. Councillor Moore, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, just a bit louder again, please. Just a bit louder, thank you.
It's quite hard. I've got a sore throat. So I would just like to say that I will not be supporting this Green amendment regarding the market. The market, there's no evidence that the market needs more staffing, and there are plans to carry out a review. The markets team does have a budget for 3.6 full-time markets team members who manage the general and the Sunday market, and there have been a number of vacant posts, but we've been unable to recruit to those due to an ongoing HR issue, but that's been resolved now. So we've been using agency staff in the meantime, but now that that's issues resolved, the team will be carrying out this review and permanently recruiting. Obviously, the review could say that more staff are needed, but if that were the case, and there's no current evidence that it is, but if that were the case, then we would use money from other budgets within the markets area. We would not need to have a new budget bid. And as I said, we've recently got a new member of staff who's working really well, and he is focused primarily down in the market, not in the office upstairs, and that's been going really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I've got Councillor Smith and Councillor Carling. Councillor Smith.
And I'm just setting up my little timer to make sure I don't get over. Bear with me for just a second. You're not timing.
I'll ring the bell for you.
Right, there we are. Yeah, so last year in our budget debate, I'm going to stand up because you can't actually see me from here, can you, Councillor Bennett? So last year in our budget debate, I drew attention to what sadly is a fairly common practice in budget amendments, and that's to call for something that's already happening or is already planned, because that way you get two leaflets. First, you can claim the governing group refused your perfectly reasonable request for something to happen, when actually it was happening anyway. And then, some way down the line, after all, because the governing group did what they were actually already planning to do. And I'm disappointed to see what seems to be a little bit of the latter here, because despite having personally reassured the Green and Independent group last year that we were already planning a review of community grants, it seems that in their statement this year, our planned review was actually us supporting their amendment in the budget last year, and that's quite disappointing. But worse, and something I really can't let pass, is the implication that we cut community grants in the past, but had been persuaded not to do so this year by the Green and Independent group. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I absolutely must correct the record on that. Year on year, we have protected our community grants. In many years, we have uplifted the basic grant, for example, with an inflation uplift or an additional COVID support. I even checked if I maybe missed a cut somewhere, even though I was exec at the time. Maybe something had gone through and I hadn't noticed, but they confirm I didn't miss it. Now, I have to say, I do want to be very clear, this kind of thing does not aid the collaborative working that I think we all want to see across this chamber. I think we do need to look at avoiding claims that could have easily been corrected by a conversation with officers, if I'm honest, I really do. And it's in that spirit of a genuine desire for cross-party working that I want briefly to touch on some of the suggestions on governance that are in this paper. And firstly, I do want to thank the Green and Independent group for making suggestions that actually look at alternative savings. And I'm really grateful for that. I think that's really thoughtful, as Councillor Smart had said. And I acknowledge our shared commitment to councillor welfare and diversity in this chamber. And I hope we get the same position this time next year, but because I really do want to give a reassurance now that many of these issues are raised directly in the Centre for Governance Scrutiny report, which we have all received and which we have all been discussing in our own groups, and which we will bring together shortly in a cross-party working group. And all of these, I agree with some, I don't agree with others, but they're all valid items for debate. I think they're best discussed in the round rather than as specific budgetary issues now. So we will therefore not be supporting this part of the amendment at this time because there will be plenty of opportunities to discuss these issues in the future. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Carling. And I've got Councillor Bennett after that.
Very much. So I'd again like to highlight the impact here. The first proposal in this amendment increases our net savings requirement over 5 years by £300,000. And the Green and Independent Group is not putting forward clear justification for the expenditure, especially in the context of the serious financial pressures that we are under. Indeed, it lacks pretty important details for what specifically this money would contribute to in terms of staffing. The other broad points made by Councillor Bennett around elections and democratic engagement are quite difficult to comment on here, as others have said. Many of the suggestions are already discussed by the Centre for Governance Studies Review, so these suggestions are not new and are set to come up for broader discussion by us in any case. It does seem, as Councillor Smith said, to be a case of asking us to do what we're already doing to later claim to have had the idea in the first place. However, I'll make a few comments. While I don't really have too much of a position on many of the points raised, as we need a much broader discussion around their impacts, I would argue that a lot of the issues are nowhere near as clear-cut as is being made out by this amendment. Firstly, on area committees, I must say a lot of the issues raised by Councillor Bennett are not being borne out at North Area Committee. Under Councillor Scott's leadership, we've been inviting residents in to discuss ongoing community projects in a way conducive to improved engagement with our communities. And initiatives like that may be able to turn those area committees into very useful community forums. Further, with them being online already, any cost savings would be minimal from scrapping them. Next, moving to all-up elections. The comments in the amendment suggest, in the section about non-cash savings, that councillors are expected to canvass during the short campaign for their party, which we all know to be true. But the inference seems to be that with less short campaign periods coming up, there's less pressure on us to canvass, as though that's a good thing. I'm not sure what the Green Party practice is, but in this Labour group, we canvass year-round because we want to hear from our residents and ensure they know we're there for them. So I'm sorry if other parties would rather do less of that themselves, as that certainly isn't a view I share. Further, the argument that continual elections may be a barrier to councillor recruitment and retention doesn't have any evidence behind it in this amendment. When the opportunity to stand only rolls around once every 4 years, many people who would make excellent councillors might well not be in the right place to run, while yearly opportunities might negate that problem. Further, the proposal in this amendment doesn't even maximise the savings that could be achieved from all-up elections, as scheduling them in the same year as the county council would provide further savings there. So overall, I'm afraid this amendment is not very well thought out in my view. While we definitely need a discussion on lots of these issues, there are arguments both ways on most of them which are left out here. As such, I won't be supporting either the market proposal or the broader suggestions of constitutional reform here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carling. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct a few errors. We are not psychic. If you don't tell us you're doing something, we don't know. And we are going to suggest it. From our point of view, I can see how this appears to you, but from our point of view as an opposition party, it's, oh, we suggest something, and then you say, oh, we were going to do it anyway. I put the election democracy stuff in this. It is because I know that that report has been made, I've referred to it, and I've not seen anything happen. And when I saw the bit about councillors' allowances and had the earnest debate about how a 50p a day difference would suddenly solve all our problems, I'm afraid something just snapped and I thought I'd bring this up. If that offends you, I'm really sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any other councillors before Councillor Davey has the right to reply? Councillor.
Thank you. So thank you for the feedback on my part of the Green and Independent amendment. I'd say two things about it. One is that there was a definite suggestion from many people I took soundings from in relation to this item that marketing of the budget, marketing of the market is a specialist area that's not currently getting attention. And would probably have been helpful for me to have included that specifically. And secondly, I apologise for the lack of conformity with the expected presentation of this in terms of expressing it in full-time equivalent staff members and so on. It is a learning curve, particularly as an independent, even though I am supported very ably by my Green partners. And I will do better next year, but thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Anybody? Councillor Howard.
I just wanted to pick up a small point that Councillor Klein made on the cost saving of removing virtual meetings. I think Councillor Bennett's point with the amendment there is not that it would save cost, but it would save councillor time in order to free up councillor time to be more effective dealing with direct casework. So it wasn't about a pound saving, it was about making us as a 42-person team more effective overall for residents.
Councillor Howard. Any other councillors before we go to Councillor Councillor Davis, sorry. Councillor Davis, right to reply, 5 minutes.
Simply to say, I pretty much agreed with everything Councillor Pora said at the start of this debate, other than to abstain. I can't quite work out the logic of that. So I'll be urging people to vote against the proposals. The only thing I would argue that was missed out is something that Councillor Davis said in her speech, not in the paper, and that's relating to community wealth building. There'll be a lot more coming on community wealth building over the course of the next 12 months, and it's only right to highlight that, so I welcome that intervention. But like Councillor Porra, I struggle to understand what was going on here on a number of levels. And because of that, and also because of the proposal relating to the market, I would therefore urge people to vote against the Green Independent Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. And may I remind members that there's no debate during votes taken at this stage, and the Democratic Services Manager will now explain how we're going through this vote.
Okay, so if members can get back to their seats, thanks very much. Can I just confirm we are voting on page 2 of the Green Independent Amendment, and there are 2 votes on A and B, and you want them to be taken separately? Okay, so for everyone's benefit, so we're looking at page 2 of the Green Independent Amendment. So the first vote will be on A, which is the market debate budget proposal. So that is A. Is everyone clear on that one? Yep, looking at nods. Okay, so can we mark it? Yeah, thank you. So we're going to open the vote now. So green is in favour of this proposal, red is against the proposal, and amber is abstaining on the proposal. It doesn't matter, so we want 32, that's right. Yeah. No, 33, we should have 33.
One missing, is there?
33, yeah.
So he's missing.
Yeah,
oh,
have we got it?
No.
We've got it now. Okay, so we can close the vote, thank you. And that is 4 in favour, 21 against.
Could I just ask again, when we're doing the votes out, chattering round makes it difficult sometimes for everybody to hear what's being said. So if we can just listen to what the votes were, that will be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's 4 votes in favour of that amendment, 21 votes against, and 8 abstentions. So we're now moving, can we close that one? Yeah, thanks. We're now moving to the second vote, which is to do with, well, it's down as B, to note and to reflect upon the recommendations in section 3 and convene a cross-party group to meet at regular intervals with a view to placing final proposals before full council in early 2024. So can we just call that one B, please? Okay, and we're opening that one now. So green is in favour, red against, and amber abstaining. Votes open. Thank you. Councillor Shield. Thank you. Okay, we're all in. Can we stop the vote? Thank you.
Yeah.
So that, Mr Mayor, is 4 in favour, 21 against and 8 abstaining. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, everybody. And now we turn to the final item, to the Executive's budget recommendations for debate. Executive councillors and spokespersons have up to 5 minutes. Other members up to 3 minutes. Councillor Davey has the right to reply. And I don't know why I'm asking this. Does anyone wish to speak? Oh, nobody wants to speak. So we go to the right. Oh, Councillor Smart.
Someone's got to do it. Yeah, I'll be only a couple of minutes. So the leader set out a good framework, lots of highlights. I'd just like to briefly mention one. The Executive Councillor for Equalities, Anti-Poverty and Wellbeing, Councillor Healy. She talked about the community grants funding. And I mean, some councils don't give much, but we do. We always have, I think, for the last few years, anyway, at least from what I've seen. And, you know, working cooperative in partnership with others is the efficient way to work, and that's what we should be doing as a council. I was particularly pleased that we gave an inflationary uplift to the voluntary sector grants round this time round, particularly this time with things being so tight and inflation being so high. So, you know, with funding bodies, I've seen it with other funding bodies, that what can happen is that I mean, the easy one sort of thing is to give standstill. So that's a sort of fancy word for saying you give them the same money. Excuse me, Mayor? Yeah? Give them the same money, but it's not actually the same money, is it? Because a loaf of bread costs more every year, year on year, so it's actually less money. That's the easy one, but it's actually a cheat. Cuts is more difficult, obviously, politically. A pay rise, which is effectively what inflationary funding is. It's not a real terms increase, which would be, you know, the bee's knees, but we are living in difficult times. We have to make difficult decisions. So a real... Oh, it's not working? Oh, sorry. But I think the best we could hope for would be effectively a pay rise, so an inflationary rise on the grants round. And that's what we did. That's what we chose to do as an administration, and that was the right thing to do, because there's no way that these voluntary sector organisations can run with less money year on year to do the same job that they do for our city. And there are all sorts of fantastic voluntary sector organisations in our city, and there are a few listed on the website. I'll just mention one, Cambridge Reuse. It helps people on low incomes on benefits to buy furniture, electrical and white goods and other household items. What could be better than an organisation like that we support to help people on low incomes in the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Any other councillors before Councillor Davey has the right to reply? Going once, going twice. Councillor Davey, your right to reply, up to 5 minutes.
I commend the budget to council.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote, and the Democratic Services Manager will explain what exactly we're voting on.
Okay, so this is one block vote on the recommendations of the Executive, which are on pages 228 to 229 of your council agenda. We open the vote? So we're opening the vote now. So green in favour of the Executive recommendation, red against, and amber abstaining. We should be looking for 32.
One missing. There's one not voted.
And?
33.
Yeah, 33.
33.
Who's not?
Yeah, we're there now.
Are we there?
Yeah.
Okay, we're there. Good. Thank you very much. Close the vote.
Yeah.
So you can all see that. That is 24 in favour, no votes against, and 9 abstentions.
Thank you. Now, under Council Procedure 28, I propose that we now adjourn this meeting and reconvene on Thursday, the 2nd of March at 6 p.m, commencing with agenda item 6. Councillor Collis.
I just would like us all to say thank you to Gary and Sarah for sitting through that.
Just like to make that official that we thank Gary and Sarah. Never mind the mayor. So the nightmare. Does the council agree? Right. So thank you and good night. And please bring your agenda and information pack with you next Thursday. Thanks for your patience and courtesy. Good night.